You hear me? You don't hear me? Kuuluu. Joo. Nyt se volume. Joo. Do you hear me, Suvi? Yes. Yeah. Good morning, David. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, thank you, David. Have a good day.
Oikein hyvää huomenta kaikille ja tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin 3. päivään täällä Turussa ja etänä verkossa. Muistutuksena kaikille, että kaikki ohjelmat striimataan suorana verkkoon ja tulkkaus englanniksi tapahtuu Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta. Päivien keskusteluun voitte osallistua chatissa ja chattiin pääsette suoraan lukemalla takanani näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. For our international audience, hi and welcome to the Europe Forum's third day here on the little stage. Let's start with a few reminders. All programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you need any help, the event staff are happy to help you. If you wish to take part in the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Kiitos. Anna nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Turun Paasikivi-seuran puheenjohtaja Ismo Söderling.
Kiitos paljon ja tervetuloa tähän Paasikivi-seuran tilaisuuteen. Jälleen kerran taitaa olla 7. kerta, kun meillä on tällainen vastaava foorumi. Teemalla on nyt sitten...
Welcome, this is the 7th time we are convening here. And the theme today is EU and Finland in the cross currents of international politics carried by currents steering the course. I have MEP Aura Salla here. Welcome. She represents EPP and the Finnish National Coalition Party member, and she's there for the first term. Aura is a motivated parliamentarian. She has wanted to ban TikTok video service in the EU because considers it as a security policy threat, and she also supports the recognition of the state of Palestine. And she is a doctorate in political science from the University of Turku. Timo Harakka, member of the Grand Committee of the Finnish Parliament. And since we are talking about Finland and EU and Finland, in the background, Aura is a parliamentarian at the European Parliament, Timo here in Finland, and Timo being a member of the Grand Committee, the EU affairs are dealt with at the Grand Committee of the Finnish Parliament. And he is specialized in the global data economy. And Timo has emphasized strong European position and taken that as a strength. My name is Ismo Söderling and I am the moderator of this panel. We are going through the topical EU and Finnish relations. And the audience can participate as well. We'll have questions after the interventions of the panelists, and then you will have the microphone and you can take the floor at the latter part of this discussion. Let's move on our agenda. I have prepared some questions, and the European Union currently has 27 member states, 450 million inhabitants, and the budget is comparable to that of the United States federal government. But however, the summit in Washington, where the EU and Finland was represented, it seemed that our own president had more influence and attention than the EU and the president of the European Commission. How did this happen? EU is in the background and Finland is the forerunner. Well, the EU does not have competence in foreign policy, and this is foreign policy now that we do with Trump, and that's why the national competence comes in play. EU concentrates on commercial policy and lobbying, but economic policy is what is the biggest strength of the EU, which it can also use in this turbulent geopolitical time we are facing right now. It's important that we can discuss in English, and the question between Stubb and Trump is also a lot of personal chemistry. They can understand each other on a good level, and we have these two countries in the core of Europe, and we have to find the correct language to use with Trump if EU wants to be at the same table with him. Then the question is, how can we, or do we want to strengthen EU's external policy role? We have lobbied a lot to get more role, power in the discussions with the big powers, because Trump, Xi Jinping and others, they understand power and money. Well, we have money, but we don't have power. And that is because of our democratic decision making, and that's the discussion what we have to have if we want to have more power in addition to money. Yes, I will come to the defense side a little bit later on, but Timo, what would you say? Yes, as Aura already said, our hands are bound in foreign policy because foreign policy requires unanimity, and if we have a member state that has had political and other measures towards Russia, it influences our opportunity to influence Russia. At the same time, we have the Gaza catastrophe playing out, which shows that, well, it's not the biggest tragedy, but one of them. EU is not able to create any kind of pressure on Israel. And this is horrible towards the civilians on the spot. And Aura, in your reference group, you have very courageously said that this is an unsustainable situation, and this has shown the weaknesses of EU in geopolitical situations. And now that the US mixes commercial policy with foreign policy intentionally, so there's no clear separation between the two anymore, and that is why we have this play facing us, and we have to negotiate on tariffs with Trump in a situation which is unilateral transactionalism. So it's commercial policy unilaterally. So Trump unilaterally decides on commerce when it stops, what tariffs are implemented. Almost everyone, all the MEPs, all European thinkers have said that it's really kind of embarrassing and subordinating what Trump does towards Europe. I could continue with Aura. You have courageously taken a position towards Palestine and the situation in Gaza, and you have used the word genocide when talking about Gaza. Have you had any feedback on this on EU level? Are there other Aura Sallas at the European Parliament who are as courageous as you? Well, I do feel very alone in my own party, and it has really baffled me quite a lot. I have followed the situation in the Middle East for over a decade, for as long as I have been able to, and I feel that it is a great humanitarian crisis. It has been so for long. What Israel has done to Palestine for decades, and now the situation has become a complete catastrophe. But this is not the only situation where we can talk about genocide. And I also look at the International Criminal Court reports on the situation. They use hunger. For example, Israel uses hunger and famine against international law. And we have people dying, dozens of people dying and children dying per day. And these are shocking figures, and people are only now waking up to the current situation. But this has been a long-term development, the whole thing in Palestine. We shoot journalists, we shoot people who are getting food, and people still don't seem to wake up. And this is embarrassing to the EU that we still have an association agreement with Israel. We still have a trade relation functioning with Israel. And I feel that this is a situation where we cannot really say that it's a question of ideologies. We should see the human being, look the other human being in the eye and ask whether the international community can close their eyes and turn their back to this situation. This happens with the support of the US, but we have such a strong value base here in the EU that I would like to see a citizens' front to be able to stop Israel, and that should happen in the EU. And I would hope that the Finnish government would immediately take action on this. The two-state model cannot happen without us recognizing the state of Palestine. I am going to the UN General Assembly in September, and I will hold speeches on this. And the last comment, I'm sure that Timo already would like to take the floor, but the UN organization that has been able to provide something in Gaza for people to live on, we have to ensure that we have the funding, and who will then safeguard the operations on grassroots level if it's not UN. And this is our all a joint responsibility of every one of us. Then a question to both of you. Israel is an association partner. Could we maybe tighten the screw on them and think about the contents of the association agreement? Israel participates in our scientific projects, for example, or the Horizon program, and there has been discussion. Maybe we should tighten the screw on them. Yes, I think that this is something that we should consider. And the big thing here is that the European Commission, it's led by a German. Then we have the High Representative Kaja Kallas from Estonia. And the answer is yes, of course, this should be discussed. I can concur, yes, in the discussions this has featured, and the Social Democrats are clear on the state of Palestine, recognizing it, and freezing the association agreement with Israel. These are both signs, the minimal signs that the EU should achieve, even though we cannot stop the genocide immediately. But I think that the EU as a community of values, we have to keep up them. We have to advocate for these values, and we have to be able to agree on them in a significant manner.
Now, in Finnish policy, also the Finnish government is somehow frozen. Some single players are playing the game and others don't say anything. And the same thing happens in the EU. And this is, of course, really painful for us to see and follow. Civilians are suffering. I believe we agree, Timo. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This is something that should be made crystal clear. I condemn Hamas attacks. Hamas is a terrorist organization, but these opinions don't have anything to do with anti-Semitism. And of course, we shouldn't encourage anybody to anti-Semitism. I have another question on this later on, but that was clear already right now. So this is not to be seen as anti-Semitism. Well, looking at EU and Finland, Aura already said that the EU is, of course, first and foremost an economic organization, but now due to the war in Ukraine, the EU is doing more in the field of defense. There's even a strategic compass, strategic roadmap for defense preparedness, and we have a framework budget of 800 billion euro. Well, this is not very clear yet what it consists of. It's just a package of ideas, but the idea is a bit unclear. There's no information on funding. How is it supposed to be financed? Is it coming from national budgets, or is it purely a borrowing instrument? At least the EU is doing something and is trying to be better prepared. So what do you think of the Commission's proposal on this massive budget for defense? Timo? Is EU becoming a military power? Well, the EU is doing this because it has to. The environment in the EU is risky at the moment. There are many threats. Nobody knows what the plans of Putin are. There are constant attacks and threats, and also the US is no longer a trustworthy partner. It's difficult to follow US politics at the moment, as we've all seen and heard, and it has become clear that we have to be independent politically and economically. And this is a theme that is highly interesting to both Aura and myself. So we are doing this by force, and Finland has, of course, a different position. We've been prepared all the time. We've had the concept of comprehensive security for a long time already, whereas Europe is being taken by surprise. Of course, there are different aspects in it. I'm also a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Parliament in defense industry. We don't have clear information on this yet, and the Commission and NATO, and nobody knows what's going to be. There's no coordination and no clear ideas as to what we are going to do, how to support Ukraine, how to make sure that Europe has everything it needs, all the capabilities it needs for potential defense. I'm afraid of the situation, and it seems that national players are using this opportunity, and they do whatever they want to do, and nobody has a comprehensive idea what is going to be, and nobody coordinates these actions. Finland could be more active here. The EU is not a defense alliance, and it will not become one without changing the treaties. The EU can, of course, support NATO's activities because NATO has military power. What is important is our sovereignty, our autonomy. The US is not willing to defend Europe anymore and protect us. And it will take a long time until we have all the capabilities to be able to protect ourselves and be responsible for our own defense. It will take years, but at least now we have the Commission's package. Joint procurement is important for defense goods. We have the European Defence Agency for joint procurement. That is good news. And also we should strengthen the unified internal market for defense industries and make sure that we have military mobility in place in Europe so that tanks can travel easily from east to west and from west to east, that we build the necessary infrastructure. Well, this money is nowhere to be seen yet, so this money doesn't exist, and the Commission proposes that the Union borrows money from the market and the EU will guarantee these loans. And nobody knows how much money is available and whether it is available at all, so it's difficult to define the total amount of money. Well, money has always been available. That is usually not the problem, but the first funding should come from the national budgets because the EU budget is already empty. I've been active in budgetary committee in the European Parliament, and we've run out of money. Everything goes to interest payments at the moment. As President Stubb already said in his campaign, I'm also of the opinion that the mandate of the European Investment Bank should be changed now. And also pension funds have a lot of money in national budgets, and their mandate forbids them to finance defense. So we should change these mandates, and we need everyone in the EU, including Timo and myself, to change the mandate so that we can find the money for defense. And everything is related to national sovereignty and protection, and Ukraine needs weapons and ammunition right now, and this is the first thing to do. We don't have enough ammunition in Europe. We don't have money available right now for defense investments, and that's why we need the US still. But in long term, we should decouple ourselves from the US. So these are very new things in the EU right now. I still have one question about the EU and Finland, so you can think about this, and then let's move on to green transition and digitalization. Continuing on what Aura said, the EU is an economic community, not a defense alliance. However, the Lisbon Treaty has Article 47.2 stating that the EU also has defense and security focus, and European rapid forces were established. 5,000 soldiers are quite active. They are practicing, for example, in Hungary. And thinking about the US and President Trump, so what do you think? Do you think we should use the Article 47.2 sometime in the near future and start developing our own forces? Well, as Aura said, I also believe that NATO will be responsible for European defense, not only in Europe, of course, but everywhere in the world. And Lisbon Treaty and Article 47.2 has been activated for internal security, during terrorist attacks, for example, in France. And 5,000 soldiers is not a big group of soldiers. So, but of course we should avoid overlapping structures. As for the Ukrainian question, the coalition of the willing includes Britain at the moment, which is interesting. We all know that that Britain has left the EU, and also Canada is involved in the coalition of the willing, and these countries have been very active. So we have other partners as well, and we've been able to attract active countries to join this coalition. Well, so far the results are not very impressive, and there's a lot to do everywhere. Article 47.2, if I remember correctly, Finland was against this article back in the 90s, and it has been used for internal security, and countries have to negotiate before it can be used. When France needed help after the terrorist attacks, it needed to negotiate with other countries before taking any measures, and so it's not comparable to NATO Article 5, and 5,000 people is not a lot. And of course, these forces could be combined with NATO forces sometimes in the future, so this is not enough for a military alliance. About the EU strategic compass, that's another Commission's initiative, that it could be, these forces could be used possibly in the future. Well, strategic compass was drafted when the world looked different. It was before the war in Ukraine, and these threats had not been materialized. Well, the Commission always has all these idea papers and ideas and initiatives, which is good. They spark discussion. Commission is responsible for taking initiative, but it is not a legislator. So background papers and discussion papers are published, and after that the Parliament and the Council decide. And and also resources are needed, of course. So, any questions from the audience?
Are there any questions on the audience? We have a microphone. We can bring it to you. There is one, at least. I'm blinded by the light, so I can't see. Yes, there are two gentlemen there. Could you bring the microphone to the speakers?
No me toistetaan kysymys sitten. Toistetaan kysymys sitten mikki.
The speaker is now asking without the microphone, and the panelists will then repeat the question so that everyone can hear it in the web stream as well.
Tuli esille, että EU:n toimintaa on ohjannut aika paljon tämmöinen Venäjän pelko.
EU's activity has been steered by fear of Russia in the sanctions and others. And then you said that EU will not become a defense union or community. And then it was said that you cannot trust the US. Well, on the military and defense side, who do we trust then? We don't have our own troops in the EU. That has been left to the auspices of NATO, and NATO does not help always, and NATO is under the command of US, and US is in a whirlwind operator. So this seems all very, very odd. Well, actually, it is pretty clear. NATO troops, I am in the reserve of NATO as a sergeant, and we'll talk about women and men. NATO troops are national troops, but they will serve under the flag of NATO. We have NATO troops in Europe, Lithuanians, Finns, Swedes. NATO, European NATO is what I like to talk about. It's fact that the US soldiers will recede from the European land, and then European troops will replace the American soldiers. If we would send Finnish women or men to Ukraine, it would mean that NATO would be a party to the conflict, and that is why we have to discuss, are we ready to make NATO involved in the war? Are our Finnish soldiers ready to give their lives in battles in Ukraine? I'm sure that we will have that discussion, but the situation is acute now in Ukraine, meaning that they do need the weapons and the ammunition dearly now. And then the other question is that we fund Ukrainian own defense industry. It is high tech, it is of a high technological level, and they know where to use the resources wisely. We also have examples from the Finnish history when we have received foreign aid. Portugal during the Second World War sent us 20,000 tins of sardines. Well, I think that we would have found better ways to use our resources domestically. We have a second question from the audience now. We are running short on time, so precise questions and we will provide precise answers.
Vladimir Markhonov, Russian journalist. I would speak a bit unhuman, but I think that the best resolution for everybody would be if Putin dies tomorrow. In this case, this war will be stopped almost immediately as Korean War was stopped after Stalin's death. But so far we have to follow realities. And my question is, what do you think? Maybe the reason why Trump supports Putin is America's concern, Americans' need for Russian support in changing nuclear balance in the world. Nuclear balance of Russia, America, and China. It is changing, and it is a rather substantial threat to the United States. Maybe this is the reason.
English or Finnish? You have translation.
Okay. In Finnish, please.
Yksi asia, en osaa ottaa
One thing I can't take a position to the nuclear issue, but what comes to mind is that the European Union and Finland have been pretty naive towards the discussions of Russia and US being only a question of Ukraine. I asked in the Grand Committee, why did the Russians have such a big commercial delegation in the Alaska negotiations? Well, our foreign ministry didn't say much on that, but Reuters reported that they had agreed at the time how Americans could go back to the Siberian gas fields, and maybe Russia should purchase some LNG from the US. You have to remember that that defense and military policy is also linked to commercial policy in ways that do not serve European nor Finnish benefits. We have to remember that Trump sees the world, Asia, Africa, South America. He doesn't only consider Ukraine, so the American perspective is much broader in geopolitics. One important player is China, and for Europe it is a challenge that we have a huge commercial balance with China, and they do indirectly fund Russia and their warfaring in Ukraine. So it's not only a question of the war in Ukraine, but the commercial balance and commercial relations are very clearly interlinked here. Russia wants to extend their power in the Arctic area, Western Balkans, Africa. So Trump and Putin, they understand hard policy, power and money. Nuclear policy, yes, I don't believe that the power balance will shift from what it is currently. I don't think that is the big question now. The big question is money, minerals, components. Those are the things with which the world revolves around now. And we need weapons. That's what Trump wants, what China wants, and what Putin wants. Three imperial imperialists, that is. Thank you for the questions. Let's move on. And to the green transition, climate change, just a small question. EU has the new MFF just coming, and the budget will be increased to 2,000 billion. We will see whether this will be then implemented for the years 28 to 34. But we have to talk about the green transition. And there is a geopolitical threat entailed there. If we talk about climate change, we are subordinated to Chinese technology. Will we be held hostages by the Chinese? Well, I can start, but we have similar thoughts.
Minä johdin 3 vuotta Facebookin EU-asioiden toimistoa ja tunnen sen yrityksen kohtuullisen.
I led an EU Affairs office for 3 years and I know this issue quite well. The Silicon Valley companies are megalomanic. They collect money, users and data. And Chinese companies do the same thing. Whenever you open Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, at that very second you will start giving your data to these companies. 41-year-old woman in Turku opens an application and it's a piece of gold to these companies without the user actually doing anything. AI and new technologies, they need behavioral data. They are, that is food for these applications. These companies have been involved in Europe for 15 years and they've collected a massive amount of data and we can never get this data back. And what we should do right now is that we should also allow our own companies collect data in Europe and keep these megalomaniac companies a bit further away from Europe in their continents. We had an agreement between the US and Europe. When you open the application and start using your data, you can question where these companies use your data, and this agreement was negotiated for years and it was concluded with Biden and von der Leyen at that time, but now President Trump has watered down this entire mechanisms. We cannot, this data, European data cannot be traced anymore. And this is particularly a problem with TikTok and also the Silicon Valley companies. So data should be negotiated in trade policy negotiations because data is service and data is something that's a negotiating tool for Europe in negotiations with Trump. And data is global power at the moment. You're right, Aura. The most important capital of the world is data. Data is so valuable. I've also written a book on this, by the way. Well, there are so many crises in the world, and we sometimes forget that data is so important. And Aura rightly said that it is really valuable, the data we give to all these applications, and it could be a negotiating tool. Now, Europeans think that we have concluded a deal with the US, and now the Americans start to pressure Europe for giving up this data, GDPR, for example. Data should be open to all European companies as well, also to small companies. And data should be freely distributed and it should be made uniform. And at the same time, we should restrict data use outside of Europe. And also we should take a look at dominant market positions. Well, this is something that the US will never agree to. And also France and Italy and some other countries have started collect taxes on this data that is given away from their countries. And these are no peanuts. France is receiving €500 million a year for the data its citizens send abroad. So this is a big Armageddon fight coming up, and Well, we have a Finnish commissioner responsible for this and vice president even, and she's really leading this battle with the Americans, and we wish her all the best for these negotiations because she has to defend European data. And we should be serious with this. So in this 2,000 billion framework budget, more than 300 billion euros was received for enhancing digitalization. So what does it mean in practice if Europe would start this road for complete digitalization? Could we compete with the US and China? Could we launch our own production facilities? Well, it would be interesting to hear Aura's views on this. Now that we are talking about defense and military independence and autonomy, that is of course very interesting, but also IT and IT services and data. How independent are we from the US? If you think of all the social media applications, AI, cloud services, all these are American companies. And how could Europe be more sovereign, more independent? And I've heard about the European stack, that all these services should be European. So maybe we should use all this money for building a complete European ecosystem for data. EU public funding is not enough for this. Well, public funding cannot be responsible for this, but the public sector can facilitate the market and facilitate the creation of European services with private money and scale up them. Public money can be used as seed money, as loan guarantees and so on. But for example, the Microsoft case, I just have to talk about this. So Microsoft closed the email accounts of our criminal court prosecutor. So an American company can close whenever it wishes, for example, all email accounts of the city of Turku. We are fully dependent on the US, on cloud services, social media applications, and other services. So European cities choose American systems, and then we talk about security. In public procurement, we have to give priority to European companies. It's difficult to find. There are some Swiss companies, but at least it's in Europe. So these are the choices we should do. So the European Parliament should select European companies for their IT ecosystem, for example, that we allow data centers of TikTok and other users in different countries. They employ 50 people and don't bring anything to those countries. We shouldn't celebrate them. And we also have European companies, and they could build more cybersecurity products and cloud services on the European market and scale up them. So from bulk production to high quality production. So I've changed my opinion completely in this. 5 years ago, if I would have been here, I would have said that the US is our most important trade partner, security partner. Of course, we collaborate with the US, but now that I've seen what the second administration of Trump does, and Google, Apple, Meta, what they do, they are with Trump in this. They allow disinformation, misogyny, and all these things. And so I do everything I can at the moment to make sure that Europe is more sovereign as it is right now. And I'm sure that Timo and I will collaborate on this. Let's choose European in Europe. Well, Finland is well positioned in this because we can produce these European services. We already have AI models. We even have user systems.
tasolle. Tästä tarvitaan nyt kyllä sekä
that can be scale up for European level. So we need national wisdom here, how to draft the European strategy on this and how to best use European resources for these things. Now that the EU is negotiating on the budget, we should keep Draghi's recommendations in mind. We should put much more money on data economy, AI, infrastructure, and all these things. We should put most money in this and maybe take money away from other fields. If we are interested in our security, in our competitiveness, we don't need security or competitiveness if we cannot survive on the market. We have to be able to produce these technological products and also be able to sell them outside of Europe. And in that way, we increase Europe's impact in the world. And through that way, promote our values globally. Now, digitalization, green transition. We've done with these topics 2 minutes. We still have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Well, no questions from the audience? Well, oh yeah, there's one. Just a brief question. 1 minute 40 seconds. Microphone, please. Martin Scheinin has paid attention to digitalization, that it is a threat to human rights. It is very valuable that you're so interested in these matters. Europe has an important task ahead. We should keep digitalization in Europe. Well, that was more of a comment, wasn't it? Thank you very much. 1 minute left. I believe that we can wrap up this question by answering the title of this discussion. So my last question is, thinking about the title of this panel discussion, how would you answer this question? Are we a powerful player or just a follower? Well, we are not at the mercy of other continents. We have resources to do well in this struggle, but we are facing some very important, vital questions. And now we should forget old ways of thinking and national interests and instead work together and become more powerful. If we so wish, we will be more powerful and have more impact. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists and thank you audience.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia hyvästä keskustelusta. Ohjelma tällä lavalla jatkuu.
Interesting panel discussion. We will continue on this stage at 11:30. And the first discussion is about textile industry. What is its role for national defense and for security of supply? The cafeteria is open. See you in a minute.
Tervetuloa takaisin pienelle näyttämölle. Ja tuttuun tapaan tämäkin ohjelma striimataan suoraan verkkoon etäosallistujille ja tulkataan englanniksi Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta. Keskusteluun voi osallistua ohjelman aikana chatin kautta ja pääsette sinne chattiin tuon QR-koodin välityksellä, joka näkyy takana olevalla näytöllä. Welcome to the little stage. Just to remind, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you need any help with it, the event staff are happy to help you. If you wish to take part in the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Minun puolestani kiitos, joten annan puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Suomen tekstiili- ja muoti
Thank you. I now hand over the floor to Maria-Liisa Permikangas, the Managing Director of Finnish Textile and Fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, good midday, one could say. Most of the people, textile industry's role actually became evident when we needed protective gear, clothing and masks. Textiles protect people in border control authorities and securing general hygiene. Before a surgeon picks up his scalpel, he puts on protective gown. Before a conscript picks up a rifle, he puts on combat gear. And before the rescue workers set off on life-saving missions, they put on their work clothes. Many parts of the textile industry value chain are currently located outside Europe, which affects our security of supply and our ability to respond in crisis. Today we will discuss what should be done both at a national and European level now to ensure that we can produce this protective gear and equipment in a timely manner in crisis situations. We have today the speakers Aleksi Heikkilä, who is Sales Director at Imageware, then Janne Jukkola, he is the Member of Parliament, set up the Security of Supply Group in the Parliamentary Committee, and Sami Friberg, who is from the Logistics Department of the Finnish Defence Forces Defence Command. And unfortunately, we do not have here MEP Mika Aaltola. I am sure that with this team we will be able to discuss in a fruitful manner, taking consideration that security of supply is still very much in the national hands, and we are very happy that Janne, you were able to join us today. Janne, this is a picture from you. You have set up the Security of Supply Group at the Finnish Parliament, and there are 30 representatives in this group. How has textile sector's preparedness been discussed in the group, and why did you choose this photograph? First of all, thank you for the invitation to come here. I'm very happy to attend, and it's very good to discuss this subject and theme, and to respond to your question how much the textile industry has featuring in the Security of Supply Group. The honest answer is that quite little. This is a pretty recent group. It was set up 2 years ago. It was set up at the Finnish Parliament then, and during the first weeks, I looked at the security of supply, whether there would be a group we could maybe integrate this in. And with my colleagues, when we were looking at the matter, we noticed that there's no one who takes care of this theme at the Parliament, and that we should set up a new group. So that is the beginnings of the Security of a Supply Group. This is such a broad theme that we haven't covered all sectors of industry in addition to our own work. But that is why we have set the group up, and that is why we want to concentrate on all different industrial sectors, and we want to disseminate information, also things for example, what we find out today in this discussion. Why this picture? Well, we have talked a lot about how hospitals and the defense forces and authorities generally, when we talk about a situation of emergency, how do we prepare ourselves? We have the gear, the tools, the machinery, but if these are extended crises, we have to distinguish between a short crisis and a longer-term crisis. Textile maintenance and security of supply is very important in the longer term. For example, a hospital might become vulnerable in a situation if we cannot supply protective gear to the hospital. That is why I chose this picture. You said that this hasn't come to your group's discussion so much, the security of supply of textiles, but I'm sure that after this morning's discussions, as I told you what we're talking about today, it hasn't still reached the public discussion either. And that's why we have the Defense Command Mika Karppinen. He's saying that the warrior's morale depends on his gear. So a soldier without gear, he can't achieve anything. That's why it's an important theme to tackle here. And Sami, I'd like to ask you now, what is the security of supply from the textile point of view in the Finnish military forces? Do we have well prepared as regards gear soldiers in the Finnish Defence Forces? Thank you for letting me attend. The Finnish Defence Forces works with Finnish industries, the emergency reserve supply and the security of supply chain, and we have worked in the security of supply arena for a long, so we have a very logistic and logical approach to this, and depending on our resources, we have implemented this security of supply strategy. There is a worry about this, and we will come back what is worrying about the situation currently. We can gear our reserve completely, and that is why I have actually, I'm dressing up in the nature of this theme. This is a terrain gear which represents the Finnish Defence Forces. I'm sure that gear-wise we can be more effective, and I'm sure that we will talk more about this in this discussion. Thank you for wearing that gear today. This concretizes that something has to be... You have to wear something. It has been said that the troops march on their stomachs, but naked. So you have to dress up, not only feed yourself. Aleksi, you have followed the textile industry and the defense forces. You also have been as a consultant. You have been working with the security of supply pooling of gear. You have also seen the preparedness from very different perspectives. What does the textile industry's resilience look like now in 2025? Thank you, Marliisa, for a very good question, and thank you for inviting me to this important discussion as a panelist. In Finland, luckily, we have good reactive companies, prepared companies, textile companies in Finland, but regarding security of supply, the situation is challenging. Unfortunately, the development in the past decades has been such that industrial textile production has almost disappeared from Finland. Luckily, we have a couple of good examples currently. If we think that the soldier has to have a good suit to wear, and I'm sure that even though it is produced by a Finnish company, it has not been sewn in Finland actually. To get good gear for our soldiers, we don't have the full value chain in Finland, and it is lacking in Europe widely as well. We don't have the full value chain in Europe, and the situation is challenging indeed. What we are missing out on, we don't have fabric weaving. Luckily, we can get some domestically, but making fabric, manufacturing it in Finland, in Europe, we are very dependent on the Far East and China, and it is a regrettable situation. We have to do something, and we have identified the medicines for the situation, but in the sector we have to launch the concrete actions, because crisis resilience is something, and preparedness, we have to construct it continuously. But the situation is really challenging. People in the chat are very interested in how self-sufficient are we in Finland and in Europe. Are we able to produce, for example, fabric and make this ourselves? And we can already now say that we are very dependent, and probably we will get answers to the other questions during the discussion as well.
Yhteiskunnan turvallisuusstrategia, joka on tässä tämmöisessä kokonaisturvallisuuden timanttimallissa.
By this security strategy to diamond model, and this picture has been seen in various contexts. And why is this important, and what's the message to all of us? A very good question. Well, this image is about how to protect vital activities of any society. So it's the model of Finnish security, and we have to be very grateful of this model in such uncertain times is quite impressive. Many of our global partners are very impressed by this image. So this is a diamond model, and we have the vital functions of society here. And now we have to think together how to protect and safeguard these vital functions of society. So what does it have what's the connection to textile industry? Well, many of these functions are critical in terms of textile industry. So these functions are dependent on the textile industry. So looking at the defense capability and internal security at the bottom, so that is the basis for this model of comprehensive preparedness. As Sami said, the gear of any soldier, I mean, that is very important. And of course, there are many other elements, tents and rucksacks and safe vests and what else. And then police, the emergency services and ambulance drivers and border guard and all the other functions. And they are closely related to defense, of course, and thinking about the Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and this horrible circumstances in Ukraine, how Russia is bombing civil locations. So what about the emergency services? How many different types of textile gear is used in Ukraine every day? So consumption is very important and big. And then about security of supply, population functional ability and vital services, thinking about the critical situation, a military crisis in Finland. And what about the hospitals? And hospital bacteria spreads out in one of the university hospitals. And in such circumstances, we also have to secure hospitals by textiles, the adequate hygiene level. And then in the middle of the diamond, we have our population that is being protected. So textiles are related to many aspects of security, and people think whether they feel safe or unsafe if the system functions. People feel safe or vice versa. So this model is very important, and it is closely related to gear and textiles. Janne, what do you think of this? So what do you think? How should this be taken into account in political decision making? Well, here the situation is very well illustrated. In our political system, we can have an impact on certain things, but of course there are other external factors as well. So market orientation is important here, and also long-term thinking. These opportunities that we have now as a member of NATO, it offers new possibilities to Finnish companies. Of course, we've had good possibilities also before, but now we have improved possibilities. We can participate in joint procurement projects within NATO. This week, we had our party's parliament group visiting the city of Kokkola, and we had a roundtable discussion on defense industry and defense sector. The Minister of Defense, Antti Häkkinen, was leading the discussion. And here the clear conclusion was that we should accelerate the processes of Finnish companies so that they could offer their products for the defense forces. Even smaller batches of products or different goods. And then in that way they could also expand their production to other countries, Sweden, Norway, other NATO partners. These partners would immediately ask for references. Has the Finnish Defence Forces already tested this product? These processes are usually fairly long. Usually we are quite agile and fast, but these processes are different, and in that way we could better export our products to other countries and then respond quicker than before. Sami, what do you think from the Defence Forces point of view? What Janne said is exactly what we've been also thinking about. We need market orientation and everything should be based on markets. The Defence Forces cannot buy all these products from Finnish industries to maintain Finnish companies. Of course, markets are important here, but also we need long-term planning with the Defence Forces that is required from companies, and also, coming back to this topic later on, security of supply. Security of supply is important here as well, and we have cooperation with certain companies and we practice these situations every once in a while. So let's say test buying or test batches. So we tell a company that sometime we may buy you this product, and then the companies then produce a smaller batch of that item. For example, soldiers' gear. And now there's a new legislation coming up in Finland about security of supply and preparedness, and we have also given our comment. What about the security of supply legislation? Maybe we could include security of supply critical products and their production requirements. So how do you see this legislation maybe improving national security of supply and also for capabilities to supply, not only to produce? Well, if we have capability to supply, then of course storage is not so important because storage is always expensive. So if companies are capable of producing at short notice, that is of course very important and very good. So this is the direction where we should be heading. I haven't read the opinions yet on this new piece of legislation, but our purpose is that we want to improve and secure our security of supply organization and its functionality in all situations, and also secure its funding, that we are well prepared for the future. And what is included here, of course, I try to do my best and make sure that all relevant elements are included in it. And if the National Center for Emergency Supplies will become a governmental agency, then of course we want to make sure that we have close connections with that. So we have this pool model of close cooperation, and our companies also do things that are not directly required by legislation, but they do it anyway. And many of our foreign partners are impressed by this, that our companies work in such a manner that they bear responsibility and they think about the big picture. So it is very important to keep up close connections to private companies in this. Well, there are still challenges, especially in textile industries. Preparedness agreements do not help because they do not necessarily maintain production capability. Sami, you told us that the Defence Forces is interested in this. So what about the production? How could we attract production in Finland, not only being prepared for production, but also having real production capability as for critical battle gear, for example? So how would you promote this? You have had an idea of a textile ecosystem in Finland. How could this model support your security of supply in the Finnish Defence Forces?
Well, this picture, I hope you can see even the smaller texts here, but I'd like to briefly touch upon all of them. We could have used the whole 45 minutes to look at this picture, but coming back to the previous picture, so from defending our home country, security of supply is very important in this circle. It's the materials, the raw materials, stockpiling, ready products. But why is security of supply so important? In the current times and the Finnish location geopolitically at the isolated eastern end of Europe, when there are logistic disruptions, we have to have planning of the chains so that we can secure supply also in moments of emergency or disruption. We need national domestic production capacity, and the need for this is increasing in importance. We have to ensure that we have the staff, not only the machinery, we have to have the people to operate the machinery. So our own capability is such that you know what to do, how to do, and it means that we have to be able to train people, educate people, and they should have a job where they can train for this crisis time operation as well. So it's all interlinked. Then the strategic cooperation, that is long-term activity, and that creates resilience. So that is the ecosystem, so that the companies operate together, they cooperate from the comprehensive preparedness. The authorities cooperate, the defense forces, then we have the municipalities, the local and regional authorities, as well as our businesses. Then we have the research and development, and which produces product development and innovations. With that, we can then access international markets. And now through the NATO organization, supply organization, NSP, that is very important. And I know that many companies already have applied and have been approved and accepted on NATO's lists as suppliers. One example from textile industry, hardcore, if you could say so, if we could have, for example, Finnish helmets, even protective vests. If we could tender and win the tender at NATO, we could get Finnish production up and running, and that would be constructing our domestic security of supply as well. It would influence Finnish industry. Yes, of course, if you want to participate in the tenders, you should have to have the capability and know-how on attending these tenders at NATO level. You know, in your company, Image, where do the Finns in the textile industry, have they turned towards NATO and the tenders there? Well, of course, I don't have any broad research or information on that, but Finnish visibility is not at the same level as the other Nordic countries if we think about NSP and our peers. But if we think of the textile industry, which operate close by. I'm sure that all have registered for these tenders. It's an important pool for us. And now the NSPA organization will be organizing a Finnish industry day fair where Finnish companies can participate. And there is a link, and it's a great opportunity for all of us in the textile industry. Janne. When we have these different events and the defense industry and access to markets of companies, and that we are increasing our funds to 5% for the defense sector, we talk about so big sums of money. Of course, it arouses interest in companies, which is good. The more we can in our Finnish companies produce, it will improve our security of supply. And I am happy to report that some clothes manufacturers and textile manufacturers have been able to participate. They are not big in size, these producers, but they are significant because I'm sure that they will get growth potential from this international perspective. Our northernly location actually comes up as a significant factor when we have the different military exercises in Lapland, in Rovajärvi. Also, our partner countries have to be able to cope, be it very hot or be it very cold. They have to cope in this situation. Otherwise, these who should help will become inactive and they cannot help anymore. So this know-how we have in the Arctic conditions, I'm sure, is a great opportunity for us. And I know that it has aroused interest and attention, and that someone can maybe do these helmets and underwear used in this cold situation, and the way of battling and combating in cold conditions. I'm sure that we have experience of that. My sister used to work in Berlin, and she actually worked with a soldier who had actually during the war times fought in Finland, and he had frozen toes and he had to take care of them. But let's go back to Sami's picture, or he shared. Yes, our partners and allied have showed interest towards us, and we have utilized this opportunity already, of course. And be it our, for example, rubber boots for winter conditions, or this layer clothing, or how we can keep dry in wet conditions. So actually old-fashioned basic know-how, what in the 50s in the Finnish agrarian society was taken for granted. These are learnings we can now give to others. The last part of my picture has not yet been commented on, and this is related to politics. Because of course it's in the hands of ministries, but the material policy guidelines and steering is something that is also part of the Defense Command's duty. And if we think about textiles, is this piece of clothing military, or is it just a piece of clothing and you can buy it anywhere? Well, this camouflage suit I'm wearing, it has been scientifically prepared for the Finnish conditions. This fits the Finnish terrain. It functions. We have it has a fire barrier, and if you would use a small fabric or a backpack which wouldn't have the NIR characteristic, it would then show in certain conditions, it would be reflective, for example. So these are military characteristics of this gear. So we have to make a distinction between this being a military equipment, which leads to a certain interpretation of legislation, and whether we can produce this in Finland, because and the companies that would produce this would become critical companies from the point of view of our defense and comprehensive preparedness. And we hope that we can move on from this. This is good because there's been lots of discussion on this public tendering. So usually when we talk about supplies procured by the defense forces, we talk about missiles, rifles, etc. But also textiles can be that. So we should be able to use the defense policy as a basis for investments. But Aleksi, coming back to, we have seen the ecosystem, and we know that we are missing some pieces of the puzzle. We miss, for example, fabric manufacturing, thread manufacturing, maybe the production technology even. What are the conditions for constructing a textile ecosystem here in Finland? Who should do and what? Thank you for the good question. We don't have the sewing capacity either. I'd like to come back to this public procurement law, which is very important. Now that it's a new law in the pipeline, also the security of supply law, or Act on Security of Supply, the critical combat gear, they are tendered upon the public tendering law, and price is the 100% criteria. Although a Finnish company could offer this, the Finnish company has to manufacture the gear in Far East, in Vietnam, let's say, and they would have to procure with very fluent logistics all the raw materials. And that doesn't improve our security of supply. We need, first of all, legislation to get the security of supply to become a measurable factor in Finland internally. And I saw that there was some text which said that we try to target these security of supply critical products. Then the capacity. I'm worried currently whether in security of supply sense we are losing the Estonian sewing capacity, because I have sadly been looking at many sewing companies which have to close down in Estonia, because in the market economy you have always found someone who can sew and a sewing machine somewhere else, and that can produce it cheaper. So when we talk about price as a criteria in these security of supply critical products, that doesn't support us. I'm looking at R&D activity, and I've been talking about let's bring back sewing in Finland with automation and robotics. We have to invest in this and bring back this capacity to Finland. The products that Sami, you said that these have to be considered and characterized as defense critical products. So these products should be procured with on the basis of legislation that is related to defense.
Crisis situations need 100 units of a good, and in normal conditions only 10,000. And then the critical companies, 3 of them, long-term purchasing agreements with these companies, and then the 10,000 per year. So it will be targeted to these 3 companies, and these 3 companies have to produce in Finland, in the neighboring area. So the annual orders would be sort of practice production units. I'd like to thank the Finnish Defence Forces for excellent cooperation and also other authorities. This partnership is important, and partnership agreements are very important, and we have to recognize already in Finland all available sewing capacity in Finland, and also think about the comprehensive capacity and total capacity for security of supply, critical supplies in Finland, and create a network that can produce these items to society in times of crisis. And also, one more thing, thank you, Janne, and other members of the parliament. You've funded defense training in Finland. And what about sewing capacity in Finland? Maybe people who are interested in sewing, they have a sewing machine at home, perhaps they could sign up for a defense course and then be trained to industrial sewing person. And then these people would be trained, and then in exceptional times, in crisis times, these people could produce gear for the Finnish Defence Forces. So with the short, precise training, people could be trained to be sewers, and then they could manufacture this gear whenever needed. Last but not least, what do we mean by Finnish production? Last year we participated in a tender process where it was required that production must be Finnish. And we established a production line in Tampere. We hired 19 people. We bought 2 pieces of machine. We've invested in other devices as well. So that is an important piece of capacity. And also we can offer work to people. So I'd like to see more of these requirements that public procurement only takes place if the entire production chain is in Finland. Sami, well, from my unit, I cannot say, well, it's very strong, the public procurement legislation, so we always have to comply with it. And then, of course, it depends on how we interpret this piece of legislation, and if we could interpret it in a way that we could make sure that all production must be located in Finland, that would be good, of course. So interpretation of the act is also critical here. And also we have to be able to think about, consider the prices. If we would produce, let's say, the gear I'm wearing right now in Finland, the price would be much higher. So what are the advantages of having all this production in Finland? Of course, it creates other benefits as well. People are employed, they pay taxes, they use their money in Finland and so on. So we should think about what it brings in return, even though the purchase price is higher. In our budgets, it will be seen that the price is higher, but then, of course, from society's point of view, the price is not so high if people pay taxes and use their money in Finland. And national defense courses are a good example. We need practice, that is true. And then when we have common planning, collaboration in general, that is of course part of security of supply. And we've already done everything that was described, but in a smaller scale. And it's not been in any public debate or so, but then we do carry out test production batches all the time, and we buy items from Finnish companies as tests. So this is being carried out all the time. And also in your area, we've had collaboration with companies, and we have tested this buying already. Janne, you'd like to add something, wasn't it? Yes, time flies, but thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Aleksi, your direct and frank speech. That was highly appreciated. So public procurement legislation is important here, and it will be discussed this autumn. Of course, the EU also has its say in this piece of legislation, but in the EU, we also think that we have to be more prepared, we have to be more independent. And well, thank you very much for your feedback. Well, I have a long list of things we could discuss after this discussion. Well, what is important here? Look at this picture that was sent by Mika Aaltola. So how to make sure that production capability remains in Finland. So what is important in Europe? You can see here China, number 1, 30%, where the EU imports its clothes from. So China, Bangladesh, Turkey, and only one European country, United Kingdom. So most of these countries are in Asia. So that is a striking image, isn't it? So now that we've been discussing for 45 minutes about textile industry and security of supply, we should really change this situation to build production capabilities in Finland and also use high-level technologies in Finland, which are available in Finland. As Sami said, there are new options for military gear, like technologies that you can wear, for example. So all ways to protect our soldiers, that is important. So let's wrap up this discussion. What is the concrete act that you will take next to protect textile industries? Well, I could start. The interpretation, as I mentioned. Let's say a soldier needs winter boots. Is it a military gear or civil gear? Well, both, of course. Boots are always needed. But for military use, these boots have to be special. They have to be robust enough to be used in cold circumstances, for example. So comprehensive national security is very important. We are a small nation. We need to have all our resources in Finland and use this interpretation when thinking about these matters. I'd like to highlight skills and competence of Finnish people. We should somehow employ this competence. Once I had a situation that there was an old company and they had been producing very specific gloves for military use for fighters. So fighter pilots used these special gloves from Finland. Now they were only used as decoration on the walls of this company, but they were really specific items. Something like that could be produced, and automation is the thing with which we can respond to Chinese competition. Of course, we cannot go back to 70s or 80s when we had a lot of fabric manufacturing in Finland due to exports to Russia. But now with automation, we could improve our competitiveness and security of supply. Well, thank you. I'd like to come back to what Janne said in the beginning. So security of supply, defense, comprehensive security, comprehensive national defense, these are important terms. And we all have our own perspectives, but instead of that, we could sit around the same table and discuss together. And let's not think about ourselves as buyers or sellers, but let's sit on the same boat and think that we have a joint purpose, protecting our country. Well, I promise to do my best to bring back manufacturing in Finland and make sure that Finnish manufacturing and Finnish competencies and skills are highly appreciated in Finland and elsewhere. I could add that when I think of myself, yesterday I looked at the Business Finland's investment aid for green transition companies, and I'd also like to see automation and robotics companies on that list of investments. Well, let's give a hand to our excellent panelists. Thank you very much, Janne, Aleksi, Sami. Thank you for your active participation, and all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was an excellent discussion, very interesting. Now let's have a short break, well, lunch break actually. We'll continue in 45 minutes at 1 p.m. The cafeteria is located on the second floor, and also the restaurant Viides Näyttämö is outside of the theater. Thank you very much.
Tervetuloa takaisin pienelle näyttämölle. Tuttuun tapaan tämäkin ohjelma livesti striimataan suorana verkkoon etäosallistujille ja ohjelma tulkataan englanniksi Interprofy-sovelluksen kautta. Keskusteluun voi osallistua ohjelman aikana chatin kautta ja pääsette sinne chattiin lukemalla takana näkyvällä näytöllä QR-koodin. Welcome to the little stage. Just a remind, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprofy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you need any help with using the app, the event staff are happy to help you. If you wish to take part of the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Annan nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, Ylen EU.
I hand over the floor now to EU correspondent Hannele Muilu. Thank you and welcome to this discussion on European position within the global geopolitical transition. I am the EU correspondent of the Finnish broadcasting company Yle in Brussels, and I have three experts here. Juha Jokela, Program Director from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, Heidi Hautala, a very long-term European Parliament member, although you are former, not anymore, and you used to be Vice President of the European Parliament. And then we have Taneli Lahti, who is from the External Action Service of the European Union, Director on Economic and Global Issues. You were also the cabinet head in Urpilainen and Katainen and Olli Rehn's cabinets. On Europe's role and position, it's a lot on the agenda. It's a big question in Brussels, and experts write on it, and journalists very critically comment on it, that EU's role is smaller than its size and that we underperform. And this has become ever more visible now that Trump took up his second term in office, and that EU is the only one to stand for Western democracy, because Trump isn't interested in such values. Let's begin, Juha, with you, because at the Institute of International Affairs, you wrote a study on this, EU in the era of imperialism. What is this time and age like? Scavenging big powers, and how is EU doing in that battle? Thank you, Hannele. It's great to participate in this discussion and then continue on the themes we have already talked a lot about during the 3 past days. I would start off by saying something on a historical, more longer time perspective. If we think about the European Union position, research institutions, think tank usually have 2 lines. From the beginning of this millennium, there has been talk about how European Union would be a better operator than traditional megapowers when we talk about green transition, climate change, development policy, challenges, etc. The Union does not have this imperialistic burden, and that's why it can operate more agile, in a more agile manner. And some have written how EU will reign in this millennium, but we of course know also that that's not completely true. But around the first decade in the new millennium, 2010, and so there was a talk about how EU is declining and that they might even crash in this tightening competition when the new emerging economies from Asia challenge the Western hegemony. What's interesting in this, and the research paper from my institution commented on this, there's a discussion that's going on, the situation, and 2 changes have not been foreseen. First of all, the full-scale unilateral war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine means that war has come back to the continent of Europe. This is something that we couldn't foresee in the beginning of the 2000s. And so we saw warfaring different from this kind of traditional war of aggression. And then the second thing that wasn't foreseen was this Westernly situation of competition within the Western world and Western Europe. And one could think, and I refer to the scavenging megapowers title we used in our paper. We know that China and Russia have very consistently in the past decades attempted to decrease the power of EU, and they have strategically held bilateral relations with all the EU countries and not the EU on the whole. And now we can ask whether the US has joined these scavenging megapowers, which want to weaken the EU, not strengthen it. And that makes us face a new era, and it means that the EU and Europe generally should be able to react in a more forceful manner, because expectations towards Europe and the European Union in the eyes of the member state citizens have grown, but the EU in its structure, not as its treaties, not in its decision-making structures, and nor the resources it has available, it's not such an mega state, mega power. EU is not a state operator and doesn't hold the same tools to respond to the challenges as other states. But we can come back to this and I can specify maybe my view, but I don't want to take too much time up during my first intervention. Heidi, next. How do you see EU's global role and its change now that you have followed EU affairs for a lengthy period of time? Well, in the recent past, there has been a dramatic change after a fairly long, stable, peaceful era where EU was able to act and was in balance, and they were also a legislator where the Parliament also was one of the three pillars of power. But now that EU would steer the world towards a sustainable economy, rule of law, it has actually changed overnight. And the overnight was last summer's EU Parliament elections in June. It didn't go from one extreme to another, but it shifted somewhat. It created a new majority which wants to do things differently. And that's a bit odd because now we have had two Ursula von der Leyen's Commission, the 2019 Commission, which promoted the thought of having a Brussels effect. Anu Bradford, I think, presented this thought for the first time so that EU can actually influence the world. And now this is a very subjective and even provocative claim that now in the new situation we can say that we would have a Brussels defect. So Brussels would be backing away from its situation or position of power which it could have had in the economy. And I would say now that Finland has been for 30 years in the EU and I have been for 20 years a member of Parliament, European Parliament, this has been a shock to me, and I have to tell myself, maybe you shouldn't have wished so much more power to the European Parliament, because now you see what it means, because the new majority is very different in politics. Well, Matti Vanhanen on Wednesday said that, well, that's democracy, but it is something else as well. I think that the EU now is lost in what it wants. What is it attempting in the economy, for example? But of course, Trump's influence is significant, and I hate to say, but the Trump's executive orders, he states a state of emergency just like that. It reminds me of the EU's attempt to change legislation because competitiveness is now number one, competitiveness against sustainability. I think it's a fictive assumption and it's very harmful that we don't talk more about it. The change in the elections, is this related to extreme right MEPs entering and some member states have a right-wing emphasis? Yes, and I don't know what happens in the UK and German next elections that might have a bearing on Europe as well, and questions on what kind of a union does Finland operate in and what is the state of Finland at the point then? Taneli, next.
Jos se alkaa olla tämmöinen viimeinen demokratian puolustaja linnake näiden isompien joukossa.
Joo, ehkä juuri sitä. Ja kyllä Eurooppaa niin kuin katsotaan edelleen ja ehkä niin kuin korostuneesti nyt viime vuosina niin kuin tällaisena niin kuin demokratian ja näiden vapauden, kansanvallan, oikeusvaltioperiaatteen niin kuin edustajana ja tavallaan kiteytymänä. Jotkut näkee sen uhkana mutta suurin osa maailman ihmisistä näkee sen kuitenkin ideaalina. Tässä Euroopan paikasta geopoliittisessa murroksessa, niin minusta on hyvä joskus aina palauttaa mieleen vähän.
And sometimes the Europe's position in this geopolitical transformation, I'm thinking about the evolution. In the beginning of last century, approximately 40% of global population lived in Europe, and the centuries before that, the whole world was very Europe-focused. Many things started in Europe, and since the last century, Europe's share of the world's economy and population has decreased, and this trend is only accelerating. So this is a fact that we should take into account. On the other hand, we cannot, well, as I said, we cannot do anything about this, but still Europe has a lot to say. It does have power, and we still represent things that most people around the world appreciate and would like to have. Rights and equality and possibilities, stability, security, rule of law, and so on. So these things are still valued. And Europe has been the pioneer in the world in promoting these values. During the last 6 months, the amount of telephone calls and emails and other messages that we've received in Europe from all over the globe has increased a lot. So people are contacting us, people want to collaborate with us, they appreciate European way of doing things. So these are the things that most people around the world want. So European values are still highly appreciated. Well, they are not European values, they are universal values. But I believe that in Europe we are the best to promote them. We've been able to promote them in an effective manner, and people enjoy these values. EU is attractive. We should understand it and acknowledge it. We shouldn't give up. There's a lot of geopolitical tension now in Central Asia, Western Balkan, Africa, and all these places are potential new partners to the EU. And now the partnership between the EU and the US is far away from an equal partnership at the moment. Now Finland is drafting a report, and here it says that Europe should be a superpower, the biggest economic area in the world, and a giant in many ways. But how the EU functions is far away from being a superpower. And then the report draws some conclusions, and also the EU's big D, i.e. Mario Draghi, has also presented similar areas. So Draghi published a report last year as to how to increase EU competitiveness, how to make it at an equal level with the US and China. Now Draghi had a speech in Italy, and he said that it's not enough that we have 450 million consumers. This is not enough. And now, especially with Trump and tariffs, this doesn't matter anymore. And China also thinks, apparently, that the EU is not an equal partner anymore. China tries to build dependency of Europe on Chinese raw materials. So what do you think of these relations? Well, I could start. We are world champions in criticizing ourselves in Europe, aren't we? A couple of years ago, India, the biggest democracy in the world, and also in terms of population, the biggest country in the world. And India was leading G7 20 countries, and there was an issue and a compromise was sought, and I discussed this with Indian PM, and I said, well, it's always difficult to negotiate with Europe. We have the Parliament, the Council, the Commission, and so on. And he looked at me and he said, well, Europe is not difficult, India is. So that is democracy. So it takes time, you have to negotiate, you have to seek compromises and so on. So sometimes we exaggerate our own weaknesses, and they can also be strengths. This shouldn't be forgotten. And how to promote our own and others' well-being, that is important. Well, we are a very valuable partner to China, let's face it. Most investments to China come from Europe. Now this figure is a bit lower than before, but still we are a very important market for Chinese companies. And think about China's relations to the US. And there are the amount of trade flows and investments between Europe and China are really big. So we are in a different category with China. We are a very valuable and important partner, and we still matter, and we still have leverage and negotiating power. But it is true that we don't have the similar tools anymore as China and the US have. So maybe we are a bit like India, indeed, that we are a bit slow. But when change takes place, it's often a major change having consequences all over the world. So are we too self-critical? Juha, what do you think? Well, yes and no. Now, in recent months and recent years, we've started discussing these important matters more than before, and self-criticism is somehow well justified. I'm thinking of Draghi and his famous report, and Draghi is also a person who's remembered from saving the euro, and this famous statement, whatever it takes, has often been presented in different European discussions. And this statement has been used in trade policy, in defense policy, and in many other policy fields. EU makes whatever it takes. And I think sometimes we forget how the sentence went on. And believe me, it will be enough is the continuation of this sentence. So meaning that you know when to stop. So you use the powers you have, and then you'll achieve something. Now we are in a situation in this global transformation that we say, okay, the EU takes action and does whatever it takes, but we don't know what is enough. What are the measures that are enough to solve the situation? So I'm thinking of imperialistic times and aggressive superpowers in the world. We may not have the same tools as the US and China have. Now, suboptimal consensus solutions are maybe not enough anymore, that the EU negotiates amongst 27 member states. We arrive at some kind of a consensus and then start to promote that. Now we need new initiatives and new perspectives, and we should think how we can enhance our decision-making, how we can use our resources more effectively, and in that way respond to our competitors' actions, and somehow create a strategic, more long-term European alternatives in this discussion and in this global transformation. Unfortunately, we are a bit self-critical at the moment. Some member states in the EU focus very much on internal issues, on European own issues, and they do not think globally. So the focus is on European security, European economy. And of course, in this situation, it's understandable that we don't have that much energy for global strategies and global tools and global development. Many panel discussions have concluded here in Turku that in this situation, opening the treaties and redrafting them is not an option at the moment. Maybe we should just use all the tools available in EU treaties, for example, using more efficient decision-making in common foreign and security policy. And maybe in that way create political pressure behind common decisions. So do you think an intergovernmental conference could be launched, or why is it so that Europe doesn't want to do it? Is there so much resistance? Well, in some matters which are very critical, the EU cannot act in a uniform way. Of course, we talk about opening the treaty, so it is not a bad option that we now have these coalitions of the willing. Canada, the UK, Australia are involved in these cooperation groups, and they often share similar views with us European countries. So it is a good idea to look for creative solutions when we don't want to resort to opening old treaties. Well, China is of course a challenge, and China uses massive amounts of state subsidies to compete on the European market. And in that way, China has a massive or major dominant market position in electric cars or solar panels in Europe. So we were not quick enough to react, but now we do have a new legislation with which we can intervene in trading methods with partners who use unfair methods. And of course, now we could ask what to do with the United States. I don't know, but maybe Taneli can answer this. So what is this deal that has been concluded between the US and Europe? What is it? It is very difficult to understand what it is. It is not a traditional trade deal where we could apply treaty articles and so on. So how should we move on? I mean, of course, this is superpower politics in the world and very peculiar. Well, first of all, I think that we shouldn't let the US tell us what to do in Europe.
Taneli, what would you say? What is this deal, and can we trust it? Because we see that Trump is threatening in his social media this and that you should intervene in the social media superpowers activities. Is this a continuous cycle, or can it stop at some point? Those who followed these matters in the 1990s, the liberalization of commercial relations, the birth of WTO, how much well-being it created in the world. Of course, it wasn't distributed equally, but it brought up many countries from poverty. Trade was liberal. Studying commercial policy actually stopped because it was considered that it wasn't needed anymore because commerce or trade was completely liberal and free. Now it was started up 5 years ago again because the need was clearly there. But the deal with Trump, well, our aim, thought and understanding is that it creates some kind of a basic level of stability, and we trust that the parties to the deal also keep their word. But the aim, of course, is to move towards a free trade agreement. And this is important also to make it compatible with the WTO, because deals with the US are compatible with the WTO only if they are steps towards a free trade agreement. That is what free trade is based on, free trade agreements, and our welfare has been based on those agreements. And I believe that that is the direction we will move towards, but I cannot forecast anything, especially as regards Trump. If I briefly can mention European Union's tools and resources, in the previous panel, Hiski Haukkala mentioned the resource issue. Sometimes I wonder how come Europe feels that they are losing in the narrative battle against China and US, because we have a genuine, unique diplomatic system of representation globally. If China or US have maybe 150 embassies, well, the European Union has 2,000. If we include the EU member states representations and embassies and EU representations. So our representation globally is tenfold. How can we always lose with this kind of a representation all around the world? Maybe it's because we haven't yet jointly agreed on our narrative for it to be only one story, but that would require, of course, more cooperation and agreeing on who does what and what is the narrative we promote. But it's not a question of resources. Maybe it's a false picture from the beginning of the full-scale aggression of Russia towards Ukraine. The diplomats were told to say that, well, it would be good to understand EU and support Ukraine. And stage-wise, we have noticed that a problem of credibility for the EU external policy has become under question, their credibility. Now the situation in Gaza, for example, the current president of the Commission used to be an Israel friend, and others were supporting Palestine. So in similar situation where civilians are killed, where there is a war of aggression, that we could look at the situations with the same criteria. I used to be in a committee in the European Parliament, and I was banned to certain countries because of my delegation affiliation. And it was clear that if EU wants to improve their foreign policy credibility, they should get rid of this double morality. I don't know if all countries have this double morality, but human rights-wise, you shouldn't have any double morality. Well, why could we not have a willing coalition for the issue of Palestine, and that others would pressurize Israel more? What hampers this? Maybe one thing, well, you have the association agreement between the European Union and Israel, so maybe there you cannot really have a coalition of willing. But that's only one way to influence a coalition of willing. Well, in the United Nations, there is a certain group of European nations who want to recognize the state of Palestine. And when we look at the common foreign and defense policy, we have seen informal cooperation between the member states around different positions and combining different policies within the foreign and security policy of the European Union. It's expertise, and there can be situations where some member states don't have the same historical burden than others, and they can support also this common decision-making. Therefore, such flexibility and different paces in the EU foreign and security policy has existed, and it bears some strengths within. This double morality and what's the challenge in this time is this was also talked about in the Scavenging Superpower panel. It's not only the superpowers that do this, because we have also local or regional superpowers who only advocate their own interests. And there are smaller states as well who want to have a position in this new world order. Like Taneli referred to these historical cycles, and that there is kind of a balancing between the different approaches. It opens up the possibility for criticism, and in diplomacy you use it, and also to promote your own cause, to try to get a more coordinated position that can be justified with sustainable arguments. That would be the balance to strive for, but I know that in certain foreign policy issues the member states deviate in their opinions. Can you give an example on this, that there are regional or regions that pressurize? Well, in superpowers, for example, Persian Bay area, which has interests in Africa. We have been talking about how Europe is a major operator in Africa, and US is pulling out, whether China will take their position. But this hasn't been considered in the public discussion. How much are the Arab states or Turkey, for example, showing interest towards Africa? If we go to South America, I traveled to Chile a couple of years ago, and geographically it's a very interesting state located on the Pacific coast. Well, it used to be the US who looked over Chile towards Asia, because that was the economic motor or engine, and they were more interested in that. So we have to bear in mind that Europe is not the core and center of the attention. We have achieved things, but we have much more competitors nowadays, and we don't have the common or shared policy coherent approach between the different embassies and representations, and that gives leeway to the other operators to influence EU's opportunities negatively, because they can challenge EU and Europe's approach more easily and weaken their position in that way. And this, of course, is a difficult situation when we don't have the willingness in the EU to start to consider more seriously whether we need bigger changes in the external policy or security and defense policy, streamline and make it on a different basis.
We've heard a lot of interventions on EU's decision making here and its effectiveness. So if we are not changing the treaties, what are the other alternatives? Coalition of the willing, that was one, or that is one alternative. What about this 4/5 majority? It's not a complete consensus, but could this be an option? Well, this would also require a treaty change, I believe. So if member states want to use qualified majority voting, they may do it if they want to, but it's not as easy as that. And as a result, there are other options available, such as coalition of the willing and maybe something else. But it is not a very good idea for the European narrative that sort of creative alternatives are used. I think most other countries in the world would like to see a unified Europe. It's always easier to negotiate with a single entity instead of many different countries. I hope we could have a unified Europe, but it will take time and also political will and new governments maybe in some member states. One example could be, well, maybe this is a creative one, maybe not. Ville Niinistö said in one of the discussions on energy that the EU should stop importing gas from Russia. Well, that is a sanction by definition, but it's not a sanction that is decided in the Council. That could be one creative solution for these situations when unity is not achieved. Thinking about the role of the European Union and if EU had more power, could we have a leading role in economic matters in the world? Many countries in the world are quite fed up with Trump's tariffs. Could that be an option for Europe, that Europe could be a global trade superpower? Well, of course, and this is actually being done already. Despite recent developments, most countries in the world see Europe as a major partner for trade and investments. A unified Europe, a unified EU is responsible for approximately half of development aid all over the world, and this opens doors to Europe. We are actively negotiating on different free trade agreements. This is something we've done for years, and now these negotiations are being accelerated. India has said that after 15 to 20 years of difficult negotiations, they want to finalize these negotiations by the end of the year. And Indonesia, approximately 160 million inhabitants, they want to have a free trade agreement with Europe as soon as possible, and also Philippines. And the list goes on. This is an opportunity for us in Europe to focus on trade policy, and this is also an alternative to make sure that the world order remains as it is, although two other superpowers are doing everything to destroy it. We also have good negotiators, and the tricky part comes in the end of the negotiations, because then every member state has to accept the agreement, and also the European Parliament. The member states seem to be very attached by or they really like their veto power and use it for political reasons. Well, there's development in the world which fits nicely with EU values. For example, Indonesia and Malaysia, they would like to be OECD members, and they've sent their application. And OECD regulates on the relationship between the state and economy, for example. Last term, trade and sustainable development, or these two concepts where the European Parliament tried to put these together. Dombrovskis was here very active. And, well, we shouldn't give up to Trump. It's not only Trump who can dictate the world. Well, of course, we haven't given this up. Combining trade and sustainable development is still a very important concept for Europeans, and this is being negotiated with other countries. So we shouldn't believe politicians. Well, Not exactly, but there is a continuum. So this concept is still alive. Well, what I meant was that many politicians want to decouple trade from sustainable development. What about global south then? President Stubb has said that it's very important what the global south does. Is it turning towards west or towards east? US or China? So where is global south heading in this situation? Well, the concept of global south is being discussed actively now, and the common understanding is that there is no global south. These countries are very heterogeneous. There's no uniform global south, and the differences between individual countries are big. But this is an interesting game, of course, if we see the world as a bipolar entity now. So there's west and east, and the US is leading the west, and then China is leading the east, and then other countries are there in the middle. And Russia and China are approaching each other now. And what about the rest of the world? We play a major role. And here, what is interesting and relevant to the European Union is to acknowledge the fierce competition in global south. There are big regional players and also China and the US and also the European Union, and how to form new partnerships with global south countries and how to make them in a way that global south countries benefit from agreements between them and the EU, because global south countries also have other alternatives for partners. But it is interesting, the importance of global south at the moment, and global south has a say in the power relations in the world at the moment. Well, there's one question in our chat. What are our tools here? What about multi-annual financial framework? Does it allow the EU to take a leading role in global geopolitical transformation? Well, good question. Thank you very much. Maybe I mentioned MFF in my intervention. Well, I was involved in drafting the proposal on external cooperation with third countries. And when we were drafting this proposal, the idea was that probably the Commission will propose less funding for this concept. Instead, an increase of 75% was presented, and I was very happy with this proposal because I think that we've had good results. For example, global gateway strategy has been quite positive, and the results were so good, and maybe for that reason, President von der Leyen decided to increase funding by 75% in her proposal. So this is a good way to compensate between two different sources of two different targets for funding. The European budget is a bit smaller than Belgium budget. So let's remember this, the EU budget is not big. When we are playing global game with the US and China, the EU budget is not bigger than that of Belgium. So it's not a big budget. But with this little money, we can still achieve good things and good results. So the minimum budget of a global giant is, of course, a fact, and this will not change. So I don't think we'll find some significant own resources from some miraculous source. Well, in brief, one question, if anybody has one, we still have time.
Ei näy, että olette aika tyhjentävästi puhunut.
Well, no questions from the audience. I think that was quite an exhaustive discussion, or maybe it's just Friday afternoon. Well, just if you allow, I'd like to continue a little bit on global south countries. Well, I don't like this concept, by the way, global south. It's a bit weird, but anyway, countries in the world that are not EU or US, they look for alternatives for cooperation. For example, BRICS countries, 35 or 40 countries, they do not have that much in common. They have disputes amongst themselves, but what unites them is to find new solutions to problems from their own perspectives. They don't trust the UN or existing structures such as G20. So they are looking for a new framework for finding solutions. And I don't know if it's such a good idea. In BRICS, they want to create rules for AI use, for example. Do we want to remain outside? I don't know. Well, just an idea. This is something to think about in Turku, in European Studies faculty. Well, this was a good ending for this discussion. So you don't think that the EU is not big enough, and you believe in the EU that it's capable of finding new solutions before the next crisis hits us. Well, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists and also to our audience.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia panelisteille ja yleisölle. Ohjelma jatkuu tällä lavalla
discussion and will continue at 2 p.m. It's a panel discussion organized by Finnish agricultural producers and forest owners, MTK. See you in a minute.
Tervetuloa takaisin pienelle näyttämölle. Tuttuun tapaan tämäkin ohjelma striimataan suorana verkolle etäosallistujille ja ohjelma tulkataan englanniksi Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta. Keskusteluun voi osallistua ohjelman aikana chatin kautta ja sinne chattiin pääsette lukemalla näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Welcome to the little stage. Just to remind, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use your headphones. If you need any help with the app, the event staff are happy to help you. If you wish to take part in this program's chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Anna nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä,
I hand over now the floor to the moderator, Erkka Railo, Senior Policy Researcher. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Europe Forum event on issues that are important to Finland, security of supply, especially from the point of view of food security. I want to thank the audience because it's Friday afternoon and you have to be really persistent and resilient to be able to follow discussions so late on a Friday afternoon. As we know, the security of supply has become essential in the European Union. First we had the pandemic, then the full-scale war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine, and in the past years we have also seen that the European Union tries to adapt to the new situations and try to respond to them. And the European Union is now preparing a new funding period, multi-annual financial framework, where also the agricultural policy plays an important role and the security of supply also. Today we have three distinguished experts discussing these matters. Saara-Sofia Sirén, Member of Parliament, National Coalition Party, and Chair of the Grand Committee of the Parliament. Congratulations, thank you, and thanks for the invite. Juha Marttila, President of the Central Union of Agricultural Producers and Forest Owners, MTK, and then we have the Member of European Parliament, Eero Heinäluoma. Welcome. Let's move on. We will take questions from the audience at the end. Let's begin our discussions. I'd like to hear from you a quick analysis on what are from the point of view of security of supply and food security, what is the state of Finland at the moment? Saara-Sofia. Yes, well, of course, I can't not begin with the change in the security environment that has influenced anything and everything what we do. In Finland, the brutal aggression of Russia in Ukraine and its impact, and we have certain critical dependencies, for example, fertilizers, which is one challenge related to the situation. The security environment change also enhances the role of the security of supply, which is the main theme here now. Finland has unique characteristics related to its agriculture, and there are certain topical themes, for example, the coming multi-annual financial framework. We are going to discuss that in detail also today. But in Finland, the challenges related to food production are related to profitability, which has been a worry for some while already. And another general issue I would pick up is that all too often we see in discussions a opposition between agriculture and environmental themes. We shouldn't have that. We have to secure domestic, sustainable food production and security of supply through that. Yes, I'm sure that we will discuss this more later. What are the biggest challenge to the food security and security of supply? Yes, now that we are celebrating an important anniversary, we can look back 30 years back, and the worry was great. How in this northerly Arctic area can we produce food in a way so that we can also cater during crisis times to our citizens? We have been even better than we thought. The Finnish food system still is up and running and in good shape. Of course, though, I refer to a security of supply report from the Finnish parliament from 3 years ago, when for the first time we brought up the weak profitability of the Finnish agricultural sector and food sector. It doesn't mean that we cannot produce food, but we are eroding on our agricultural capability if we do not invest. If 30 years ago we were worried about the ability to produce food, we have to take care even in these times that this sector and food production is also secured in 10, 20 years. Does this mean that you have generally been happy how the EU has treated the Finnish farmer? Of course not. Of course not. But it could have been even worse. Well, we persistently work and try to cope, go by and try to produce food to Finns. In comparison to Sweden, I think we have done better from the security of supply point of view. But of course, the signs are very bad. Agricultural producers, they are very persistent. Even though they're not doing so well, they little by little try to work on and look into the future. But we are eroding on their conditions and opportunities to operate. We will go further on the EU and food production, but Eero, what are the challenges to Finnish security of supply currently? Well, I can only agree to the two predecessors. The big picture, I think you painted it pretty well here. We can remember 30 years back, the spirit was kind of end of the world, apocalyptic situation that the farmers felt. But during the 30 years of membership, this has been a success story. We have integrated into the European economy, way of life, and our voice is heard in the world. It wouldn't be heard if we had remained outside, and we wouldn't be here meeting each other. And one even more surprising thing is how Finnish agriculture has managed. I think that it's recognition towards the farmers, and it also is a recognition to those who made the EU agreement 30 years ago. It wasn't that bad. Of course, we have less farms now, but productivity has increased. We have 1/3 of the farms we used to have. Well, animal farms only 1/10, but productivity per farm has increased. So it's been a passive change. That's the positive side. If we look then at the challenges, the challenge is, of course, now that the biggest change in agriculture is unfortunately ahead of us. The coming agricultural reform, the MFF, and the possible EU membership of Ukraine, which will completely dismantle the agricultural policy in the EU, that will be very challenging because we are already now in dire straits. And another challenge, of course, is the young farmers and young producers' situation, because there is a risk clearly that if this becomes too negative, this atmosphere, that we cannot create a positive view into the future, we will not have young farmers anymore, and that will be fatal to our security of supply. If we don't have farmers, people living in the rural areas and cultivating, we don't have food. So the number of farms have decreased, but the productivity, the efficiency per farm has increased, because apparently 80% of Finnish food comes from Finland. Yes, and of course that has been the motor, that the productivity per farm has increased in time. So the smaller number of farms produces the same amount of food. So the farm size has increased so that they are able to operate on the markets, because realistic and in real economy term, the agricultural subsidies are decreasing, and this is an internal structure in the EU and ideology as well, that at its best, different subsidies, they are on a nominal level, although they should increase per inflation rate. Of course, the structural development is an enabler in the sense that when we get new technology, robotization, it's everyday life on farms today, the size of the agricultural holding must be at a certain level.
There are many different drivers guiding the development. Coming back to Eero, you've been an MEP since 2019. COVID came first, then Russia's war of aggression and so on. So what about security of supply? Is it taken more seriously now? Yes, it is. Before this crisis, we believed maybe a bit naively in pure free trade. And many people thought that, okay, well, those countries who are able to produce agricultural produce do it. But now we think differently. So we prefer to pay more in order to receive higher security of supply, and that agricultural products are produced also in Europe and in our respective countries. Otherwise, this doesn't work. And well, it's good in a way. We are more self-sufficient. But of course, self-sufficiency is a difficult term. We, of course, have own production, but then in order to produce, we need, for example, fertilizers coming from outside the EU. And in Finland, farm workers are already coming from outside of Finland. Many Ukrainians, for example, work in agriculture, which is, of course, positive as such, but it is not automatic in the future. So labor is critical and many other factors as well when thinking how to produce agricultural products in the future. But of course, we also have new innovations, and we are well advanced with this in Finland. And well, with new technological innovations, maybe we can produce fertilizers sometime soon. Talking about European change of opinion, but of course we have adopted new perspectives also in Finland. Some decades ago, I heard many opinions that, well, we shouldn't produce anything in this cold and remote country. Why don't we just import everything? But now it has changed. We have a strong joint idea in Finland that we want to produce our own agricultural products. We don't want to rely on imports anymore. Well, Finland is dependent on fuels, fertilizers, and also labor in many cases. So how can we manage all these dependencies? Should we try to get rid of these dependencies? For example, fertilizers come from Russia. Of course, we should get rid of these dependencies. This is one of our main aims at the moment, not only in Finland but elsewhere as well in the EU. We want to decouple from Russia. We don't want to be strategically dependent anymore, and agriculture or products needed for agricultural production are good examples of this, and I have Juha here, who's an expert here, but we have to talk about and think about strategic autonomy. We want to have our own future in our own hands. We don't want to be dependent on critical items, such as fertilizers, that is. Finland cannot solve these problems alone, but here we need to collaborate with other European countries and think about what the EU could do together. And of course, our specific features have to be taken into account. Well, fertilizers is a very concrete thing, and this is something that we've been discussing for some time now. We used to have a fertilizer factory in Finland. We should reopen it. Of course, we already have raw materials. It's only ammonium that has come from Russia, but this should be re-established, and also electrification of industries and green transition. These are fields that are very potential for Finland and Sweden as well. But we also need state subsidies. In many other countries, state contributes much more. Well, green ammonium could be a good example to Finland. We have green electricity and other raw materials, but also we need state intervention. And Sohli, the green phosphor mine in northern Finland. So we already have a lot to start with. And what about the government program? Are these ideas seen in the government program? Well, that is a cross-cutting aim, of course, to get rid of these dependencies. Finland was a good example during the energy crisis because we had already reduced our dependencies on Russia, and many other countries were in a much more difficult situation. And that also explains why we have to think about these things together in Europe. Well, digging deeper into EU policies now. Now, you mentioned that there were some deficiencies in the EU policies. Would you like to tell me in more detail what are the problems in European agriculture policy? Well, of course, there are many aspects to this. Well, one thing which is the most critical in my view, CAP, Common Agricultural Policy in the EU, is still held hostage of the reform of the early 90s. So the whole subsidy system, what would be the optimal subsidy level for all countries? And that led to the situation that those who were most efficient producers, they still receive the most funding. And the same allocation key is still in place, although 30 years have passed. So we should reform the system. And now the thing is that the farm who needs the least receives the most. And that is ununderstandable. So we should change the system in a way that those farms that need the most also receive the most. But this requires a change of mindset, and this Commission will not achieve this. Well, Paavo Lipponen said that this was a good result. What about you, Eero? Are you the same opinion as Paavo Lipponen? You have a different perspective. What do you think of Marttila's analysis? Well, first of all, Well, I don't know how to start, but the thing is that according to our EU admission treaty, it was PM Esko Aho who negotiated this. Our negotiation result was not bad as such, and it has resulted in a well-functioning system, more or less. We have a high level of food security, and Finnish farms also have perspectives into the future. And of course, there are some future developments in sight which are maybe not so positive anymore because the world around us is changing so quickly. And then about what Juha said, it is true. The system that was drafted before Finland joined the EU doesn't take Finnish circumstances into account and doesn't take production circumstances into account anyway, and that is a problem. And how this will be reformed is not visible yet. But I believe that Ukraine's possible future EU membership is the number one factor changing EU agricultural policy in the future. Ukraine has massive farms. They are far bigger than average farms in other European countries, and also ownership is very concentrated, and it's a very agricultural land. With the present system, we cannot take Ukraine as one of the EU member states because it would use most of our agricultural budget. Well, the whole system is very different from Europe, and therefore we need to reform the entire CAP. And of course, there are many perspectives into this reform, how to do it. And maybe part of the subsidy system will be transferred to a national level. Maybe the EU does not bear the entire responsibility for funding agriculture anymore in the future. And that would be a very important change, a major change in agricultural policy. Maybe it's the most transformative to agricultural producers. Whether we should go back to the old system, which was also criticized heavily some decades ago. But maybe times have changed so much that we have to go back to the national level. So this is number one change. And another thing is that maximum level of subsidies will be defined per farm. And for example, the Democrats in the parliament have promoted this thinking. So it would be a good idea to set farm-based ceilings in order to guarantee family farms and their existence, for example, that not only foreign big companies own all the farms in Europe. So these are big elements in this reform, and they are waiting there, and in a couple of years' time they have to be negotiated. Okay, well, so MFF is being negotiated and also CAP reform, right? And well, now we have to think how to redraft MFF and how to prepare for the next CAP reform.
And the biggest factor to consider here is the possible Ukraine membership and, of course, the subsidy ceilings per holding. MTK thinks that, and well, we have been actually talking in the same direction, and I think that the Finnish farmers shouldn't be too afraid because the holding-based subsidy ceilings, they wouldn't concern current Finnish farms, but in Ukraine, like Eero said, they are hundreds and thousands of hectares covering farms. So therefore the subsidy ceiling, so over a certain size of a holding, you wouldn't get any subsidy. Yes, I understood you. So there were big cuts proposed, 1/5, 1/4 to the agricultural subsidy. Juha Mattila, what would this mean to the Finnish agriculture? Well, when we talk about cutting the agricultural budget, it means money earmarked to agriculture in the EU budget. And when we give the opportunity for member states to pay more, which leads actually, if this goes through, that the common agricultural policy will be renationalized, because that might be a good place for a heated political discussion. Regional development monies as well included in this package. Well, we don't know the final result, whether we will get more or less. It depends on a national decision. But one thing I have been worried about is how are we doing this division now, and what does it tell us about the European Commission and the ability to take decisions? It has been said always that we have to reform the CAP and we have to move forward, and that the subsidy should be more in the sphere of development, not production. So in practice, the Commission proposal would mean that you earmark basic subsidies where the division key is very weird, that you would set that in stone, and then the member states would be left with the duty to allocate development money. That would mean that the Commission would completely not participate in developing, but only keep to their own old agricultural policy. It would seem that the European Commission would shift the obligation of developing agriculture to the member states and not bear any responsibility at all. I would like to continue to what Eero said. I was 9 years old when Finland acceded to the EU, but I have seen the previous CAP reform cycle and round, and there is always the thought that now it's the opportunity to change and reform, but then in the longer run it hasn't happened. And as an optimist always, this enlargement question related to how we can make money suffice, we might have an opportunity to really think how this can be done in a sensible manner. Because like Eero said, it's not possible to receive Ukraine as a member state with the current system. And of course, we hope that would happen sometimes in the future, and we take a positive stance towards the enlargement of the EU. But we have to be able to consider this big reform question from a new perspective. Then related to the MFF, the Commission has published the proposal in July, and negotiations have begun. It's a lengthy process, and we will work for a couple of years around this theme. Overall, the thematic entities in the Commission proposal are similar to Finnish proposals: competitiveness, defense, security, RD&I funding, etc. They concur with the Finnish proposals, but one big question mark, and we haven't yet analyzed it deeply, is the structure the Commission is proposing. One example is the so-called national envelope. which would move more decision-making and allocating of funds into national hands, and agriculture would be in this envelope, and that would make allocating funds a national domestic policy question. And I don't know if this is something we would like to have in Finland. And I understand the farmers' worries, especially related to the second pillar. But you asked, what does this sound like? I don't think we are so far apart from each other, EU's benefit and Finnish benefit, and what do we need to secure Finnish security of supply. And the Grant Committee will start analyzing the Commission proposal within 2 weeks, and then we will provide guidelines on it. Just quickly to set the scene, the basic presentation is that the EU budget will be more than doubled, but at the same time, funds allocated to agriculture will decrease significantly. So at the same time as we have great big things we have to invest in, such as defense, green transition, etc., it shows that we are running low on cash and the economic situation is ever tighter. Eero, how do we solve this? We need to take care of security of supply, but we don't have any money. Well, first, a disclaimer. You have to take EU's figures with a nip of salt, especially when the proposal comes from the Commission. There's lots of visual elements. I think there is a communication department that really puts it in visual form, this more than doubling. Well, I don't know. If you look more in detail into the proposal, it's pretty airy. You have the inflation development is included and considered. Then we have the recovery payments. It's actually not supplementary funds. It's something that you pay back. 1/5 of the budget is to cover recovery fund. And then we have the 400 billion crisis reserve. And I dare to say that that will never be executed. So we can get a high figure to give to the journalists to get good titles, and that's not the reality then. If the EU budget has been 1.1 out of GDPs, it's now 1.2. So that's the realistic increase in the budget. So I am sure that it will be a pretty much more modest budget than what is imaged now. Each country has had their own way to take care of their agriculture, and the whole EU agriculture subsidy system has been such that our peculiar position has been that we have received a lot of money from the Rural Development Fund, and the subsidies treat us in a certain way. So Sweden took another route. They said that they don't want to have so much money and keep the direct membership fee smaller. We accepted a higher membership fee and then Rural Development Fund money. And now we have to consider whether this division is good in the future. And this is difficult because Rural Development Program will be cut, and I don't have any solutions, but I would see that in the coming months, the operators, especially MTK, should really sit around the table and see what is the best aim for Finland, and then get the Finnish parliamentary party's position on that, and then put it on the EU level. I haven't yet seen this, but I hope that Juha, now that you will hand over presidency to your successor, you will take this into consideration. And these are the factors.
Oletko samaa mieltä siitä analyysistä, että rahat vähenee ja se asettaa paineita myös
Back to my original question, do you think that the fact that we have less money puts more pressure on the system of agricultural subsidies? That less money means less subsidies because we have to put our money in defense, for example. Well, yes, that is the fact. We have less money available for agriculture now and in the future due to other needs. So that is the result. And then as to what extent and how this is organized, it is of course a bit different, and we have to have both the Finnish and the European perspective in mind. Juha, should we focus on special subsidies or should we do something else? I think the answers are found in the Commission's agricultural vision that was published early this year. That could be directly from our pen. We start with security and start from our agricultural narrative, and all the things that are important to us are mentioned in this Commission's report, talking about young farmers, for example, how to take their position into account and support them. And I read this report in a way that it gives green light to dispersed model, that production should not be that concentrated, and give support to those who need it. And well, in this context, also natural environment and natural conditions have to be taken into account. We need more support here than those in France, near Paris, for example. We have our agricultural production is more difficult here. And that is quite clear that this is the policy that we should aim at, and now we should have tools for it. In the Commission's MFF proposal, this is not visible, so targets don't meet with reality. Sara-Sofia, what do you think of this situation? What should be our target in Finland? Well, Finland's target is, of course, to secure that we need our own food production. Food production should be possible and profitable in Finland also in the future. That is clear. Thinking of MFF and what our priorities there are, well, they are built on security and competitiveness, of course. And the Commission has proposed that important funding be directed to these items, defense and competitiveness. So it is clear that less money is available for agriculture, but of course MFF is still being negotiated. In addition to that, there will be changes during negotiations. If we want to emphasize in this time, as is well justified and also according to Finnish objectives, let's put more money in defense, security and competitiveness and innovation, research, education, and so on. All these are interrelated. So this inevitably means that we have less money for other items. And also conditions for receiving support must be redrafted. Of course, agriculture is also linked to research and innovation. We still have 5 minutes here, so if you have any questions there in the audience, please raise your hand. And please, easy questions. It's Friday afternoon, after all. at least not to Eero, any difficult questions. About green transition. So green transition is also one of the major transformations. Is it also a possibility? Saara-Sofia, absolutely. Agriculture is one of the key solutions and solvers in green transition. Coming back to my first intervention, there shouldn't be any conflict between these two themes, agriculture and green transition. They share common objectives. Finnish farmers are already very well aware of the green transition, and they have the will and the capabilities to redesign their activities. And now our challenge is to redesign the subsidy system to guide the farmers to be more environmentally friendly and participate in green transition. We have very innovative farmers who have made big investments and reforms in order to implement green transition, but they are still struggling with profitability. Question from the audience, Paavo Myllymäki from Raisio. I've heard that profitability is key in this discussion. So how these markets, which are based on legislation, how should we develop the market so that productivity development remains in agriculture? So this is for Juha, clearly. Now that Juha is retiring, you put tricky questions to him. Well, of course we legislate if Juha tells us how to do it. Well, European Union has been closely involved in this project. I've been involved in it for most of my career, 17 years in this organization. So strengthening the position of agricultural producers and farmers. We have, of course, long-term processes. We have directives on unfair trading practices, for example, first in the EU, and now we have the Food Market Act in Finland. It's being reformed in Finland. I hope it will be more effective. And we haven't used all the possibilities included in the EU directive yet. And another possible example comes from competition, how to facilitate better cooperation between farmers. So legislators and then producer organizations, they should cooperate. Good agreements between farmers, how to agree on pricing and production volumes and so on. We would have legislation for this, and we could operate very well above or beyond competition legislation. So we do have political tools for all this, but, well, the world is never ready. We always need to reform and revise. Well, and it all takes time. Years in the EU first, and then years at the national level. Thank you very much. Any further questions here? No, well, that was an easy questions session. All right. Well, we still have challenges in Finland in agricultural production, unfortunately. Security of supply was not solved with this discussion, but it was a good contribution. Thank you to our panelists and our audience. Thank you for being here. Thank you for active participation, and have a nice weekend, everyone. Thanks.
Kiitos panelisteille, kiitos yleisölle. Ohjelma jatkuu tällä lavalla kello 3, jolloin puhutaan Suomen ja EUn globaalin etelän suhteesta nykymaailmassa. Lämpiön Eurooppa-cafe on auki ja tarjoilee pientä juotavaa ja lämmintä syöpää.
Past discussion, 15 minutes. The cafeteria is open. See you in a minute.
oikein lämpimästi tervetuloa vuoden 2025 Eurooppa-foorumin viimeiseen ohjelmaan täällä pienellä näyttämöllä. Tuttuun tapaan ohjelma striimataan etänä katsojille ja ohjelma tulkataan myös englanniksi Interprefy-sovelluksen kautta. Keskusteluun voi osallistua ohjelman aikana chatin kautta ja pääsette sinne chattiin lukemalla takanani näytöllä näkyvän QR-koodin. Welcome to the little stage. Just to remind, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in your mind and use your headphones. If you need any help with the app, the event staff are here and happy to help you. If you wish to take part in the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Anna nyt seuraavaksi puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä.
I hand over the floor to Reijo Kemppinen, former Director of Communications Council of Europe. Thank you. I am not only I am the former Director of Communications at the European Council, not the Council of Europe. And this is not only the last panel, this is the best panel. And we have a very broad title, geographically, culturally, historically, and economically. And we cannot bear with such a huge task without having the best speakers available. We took the 5 sharpest pens in the pencil case, and although you know most of them, I will present them still, so that you know who is who in the zoo. First of all, I have Liisa Laakso here, Senior Researcher, Nordic Africa Institute, Teppo Turkki, Strategic Foresight Expert, Researcher, Non-fiction Writer. Then we have David Korpela, Head of Cabinet, European Commission, and then Teivo Teivainen, Professor of World Politics, University of Helsinki. To open our discussion, we have MP Pekka Haavisto. The title is in the form of a question. The global attention is in 2 big crises, Gaza and Ukraine. What is remaining outside the titles that should be borne in mind? Pekka Haavisto, the floor is yours.
No niin, kiitoksia ja kun on näin
Thank you. And since we have such an expert panel, it's pretty difficult to add anything, but maybe a couple of thoughts on what has remained in the shadows when we follow the discussions in Russia and US, that they have common interests. What do they discuss when they have a dialogue? Maybe the nuclear policy, maybe their own commitment to a fossil future when we try to get rid of it. Maybe they talk about Arctic natural resources, how to exploit them, maybe new sea routes, maybe the Near East conflict. They might have common interests there, the question of Syria, and what combines them, certain authoritarian tendencies indeed. If we look at Russia's development and the different crises they were party to, we saw internal conflicts. We had the mothers of the soldiers in the situations of Chechnya. Now we don't see an opposition. It has remained pretty silent, but in the Armenian-Azerbaijan situation or in Belarus, it's been interesting to hear what Lukashenko has said recently, that the Americans are his best friends, believe who will. Global institutions are in dire straits. UN is in deep economic problems, and EU is following suit. The development policies cut back on USAID. Fate affects the situation a lot. In previous discussions in here, Turku, we have taken up AIDS and combating AIDS and getting medicines for that. From this it follows that China and US hold more power in these questions. How do Chinese market themselves in Africa? Well, China puts 3 elements in their elevator speech. First, population development. It was said that they haven't any chance in that, but look what happened. If you want to do something in Africa, China provides you the model. Then the 90s financial crisis, that China will never do well in the economy. They now have a growth rate of 7%. If you have problems in African economy growth, just follow the Chinese example. Then the Chinese problems in ecology. It's thought that China isn't doing so well. But if you want a cheap solar panel, just buy it from China, and they can sell it to Africa. After this elevator speech, the Sudanese minister asked, what's the European elevator speech or the pitch in Africa? Solution for population change, economic growth and ecology. That's a good question for the Europeans. There are also themes remaining in the shallows. Climate speech, well, there's no word on that internationally now because the US climate policy is nothing to speak of, and they have also taken distance to the climate agreements. Also, peace mediation is remaining in the shadows. Peace mediation requires lots of work in the coulisses, and then you have the handshake after the great diplomatic efforts. Well, now this diplomatic machinery is not utilized. You don't see what happens in the background, but you take the handshake before anything else and try to solve things with that. Also, another observation in solutions are related to security based on weapons. We are thinking, what can we provide Ukraine for them to be able to hold strong against Russia? Well, other solutions in crisis management, we don't have the solutions that what Nelson Mandela based his work on or Gandhi used. You have to dig in history and find solution models that have functioned in certain situations. I don't claim that they would work for Ukraine, but then we have Russia, where we used to have Dushev era, where Stalin was condemned. Then in the 90s, during Yeltsin, Russia came closer to Europe. It's as true as any other moment in history, but we seem to have forgotten that there are different alternatives to development. And lastly, and I'm sure that the panel will discuss that, the forgotten crises, I think about Sudan. I met some Sudanese activists and they said that 10 million internal refugees in a country of 40 million. So 10 million have fled from their homes. Ethiopia, there are big problems there. Myanmar, the military regime there, or what happens in Afghanistan reigned by the Taliban. We don't hear so much about that. That is news remaining in the shadows. Finland could have a more active role in solving these crises, be they climatic or other crises in the world. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, and we agreed with Pekka that if he would like, he can participate in the discussion later on as well. Well, that was a whole lot of issues and things, and I would like to concentrate on two. First of all, let's be solution-oriented, observations on what we could do. Otherwise, we will only set the scene of the problems and crises. The second issue is then EU and Finland. Who should act and do what? First, I look at Liisa. Of course, there are individual problems following from this, and then we have the system, United Nations, and others. Liisa, would you like to begin? Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to be here, and thank you, Pekka Haavisto, for this opening speech. I am most worried in the Trump era now about development cooperation and ramping it down, and US aid is an example of that. In development policy, Finland and the EU should stay strong and continue the good work that has been done. Especially important areas are democracy, human rights, and good governance, and supporting them. And especially that you brought up what remains in the shadows. It seems that currently we're focusing so much on security and military crises that good governance is not so topical currently. And these forms of cooperation are those where new emerging development cooperation partners in the global south, Arab countries or China, they are not going to replace US aid stepping down, and they won't support the work that the EU has done so far. So these areas and development cooperation is very important. In the conflict between superpowers and the power policy that is playing on now, we are concentrating on hard politics. But the third sector, civil society organizations and democracy supporting instruments are those for which we should take care of. And on this pitch or elevator speech, good governance is also an important basis for cooperation where you can develop innovations, and that also supports economic growth. And maybe as a researcher myself, I would take education and research cooperation as important thing.
Thank you. So let's do a roundtable first and then continue.
Pari havaintoa aluksi. Pekka aloitti siitä.
Just a couple of remarks. Pekka started by explaining how the UN Security Council cannot agree on many issues. And against this background, we always find somebody who supports you in some way or another in these political crises. For example, Sudan and the conflicting parties there. The former global consensus to stop wars doesn't exist anymore. If the UN Security Council cannot put pressure on conflicting parties, it doesn't help anymore. If China doesn't sell arms, then Turkey will. If Turkey will not, then Saudi Arabia sells arms to conflicting parties and so on. So achieving peace is very difficult in this context. Everybody thinks about their own interests and looks for solutions. So everybody plays for themselves. So in this global context, peace negotiations are very difficult, and and countries or conflicting parties are actively seeking solutions because there are no consequences if you do wrong. So there are human rights courts and so on, and the consequences were in place, but now there are no real consequences anymore. So dictators or whoever who wants to do something, gain new areas or resources, they can act as they wish. And we can see this in Global South. Rules-based global system is really in danger, and it's collapsing. And as a result, we've seen smaller and bigger crises, and their management is more difficult than ever. And what is the role of Finland or Europe? Sahel area means West Africa for those entities. And of course, everybody understands that Europe is a victim. And this is our narrative, that we've been attacked. Ukraine is important to us, our freedom is at stake. However, also the victim is also a power. And now in Ukraine, we pay the price because we pay the price of our action. We try to achieve results in the UN Security Council, and others are playing against us by cutting development aid and so on. So it is quite difficult now. Now that development aid and help and assistance is not so common anymore, it leaves us with empty hands. Sometimes we need to put pressure, sometimes we need to force other parties to accept the solution. And it's very difficult to negotiate on equal terms anymore. And we always have to take our competitors, China and Turkey, for example, into account. We have in Europe a difficult colonial history, and we would need a new mindset here. And of course, Nordic countries do not share this colonial history, but Europe has to change the narrative now. We should see Africa differently. It's not only a poor country, a poor continent sending immigrants to Europe. We should see Global South with new eyes. And if we remain in our old opinions, we will be seen as evil, and other countries do not want to negotiate with us. And many countries now negotiate with China because they don't want to negotiate with Europe, because countries tell me that Europe doesn't understand them. We should see Africa differently, the whole Global South. Teppo, well, good afternoon, everybody. I've spent almost 10 years in Asia, in Taiwan, South Korea, Japan as a diplomat, so I know that area especially well. From the Asian perspective, Ukrainian or war in Ukraine is a regional crisis in Europe. Nothing more. And Trump's policy, America first, and stopping US aid, and also, for example, green technology programs, came as no surprise to China, and it has opened a massive room for maneuver for China. China is very active now. For example, Americans stopped their demining program in Cambodia, and China immediately stepped in, gave financing, and also China continues with vaccination programs in those African countries where the US has left. So China fills in this vacuum very quickly, and in that way gains more power. Now, this dynamics has also become different in Asia, because India got 50% tariffs from the US, and India seeks its role as a global power. It competes with China, and India has also been active, opening important development programs in many countries, and also Japan also is active, building new development aid programs and investments. So Japan has secured a quite good position there. So the entire structure is changing, and quickly. What is important in the Chinese approach when we talk about systemic changes and so on, China is offering its own state model, authoritarian model. They don't want to intervene in others' affairs, but at the same time they emphasize their own stable and authoritarian system. They sell stability compared to shaky US. And this is well received in Africa, in South Asia, for example, in those countries where they have lost confidence in the US. So what we see right now, thinking of Global South and their development programs and investments, a multipolar world order is being built right in front of our eyes right now. Thinking of Southern Asia, India, Bangladesh, and all those countries, they also see a multipolar future. So Western countries are not the only big players anymore, and so far they have defined operational models in the world, but now this is changing and quickly. And this can be a challenge in Europe and in Finland to accept this changing world order. Now the US has taken its funding and programs away. It has lost confidence towards it. And then this means that the EU's relative power may increase. In Europe, we would have our momentum now to act quickly in Global South, but we cannot use the old model anymore. We cannot teach the other countries how to do, and we cannot export our social model or societal or economic model anymore. We have to find new models based on multipolar world order and local conditions. So EU has its momentum now and competing with China in this. Very good points. Well, Teppo already took words out of my mouth to some extent, but I'll continue on that. What he said about China and its power. Well, I haven't been traveling that extensively in Asia as Teppo has, but I visited China recently and its neighboring countries. And their emphasis on ecological matters. So it's very polluted in many places in Southern Asian countries, whereas China seems clean now. Air is fresh, and at the same time they are very well controlled. They have face recognition technologies and other control devices everywhere in place, and other countries only envy them. They have dual-use technologies in use. They can, with the same technology, they can follow their opposition members, and the same devices are put in the field to recognize dangerous insects, for example. So dual-use goods are in active use. And China is very active now and very on top of technologies, for example. What is Finland's role here? Maybe we have good governments, more traditional operating models, but maybe we should change this somehow. Well, what I've been thinking is how to respond to Chinese challenges. And the EU must also rethink its own relationship to China. What is our relation to China? I've understood that Europe doesn't focus on human rights anymore because it's strategically not so relevant anymore. And in Finnish foreign policy, thinking about Africa and Global South, we have a president who has for a long time reminded us that Global South is underrepresented in global institutions, UN, IMF, World Bank, and so on. So taking these countries on board in all these institutions and otherwise, we could give a message that we take African countries in Global South seriously and see them as equal partners. And it's interesting to follow what the president has said.
I will give Teppo the floor, but David has a very down-to-earth approach to this. Teppo and Liisa, you brought up your own views, but something that came up is EU's weight or power. Are we a victim or should we be an actor? And how do we act? Commercial policy is our strongest weapons or instruments. And Article 1 is related to good governance, should be tougher on that. That in practice we would require good governance to make a trade deal. And that's how we could take our space, for example, instead of China in these countries. Does EU have the ability to act on this? Teppo, please speak freely, but Teppo, I try to steer you. Well, China's and India's interest lies in a free world. They both need it to create their own position. I think that EU has a position here to act with them. Another thing that Professor referred to is developing technology. We now have the AI and digitalization and a competition on whose technological ecosystem will win. And China is selling to the Arab countries, South Asia, South America, their own technological ecosystem with the whole monitoring system, surveillance and AI, etc. Then we have the US private market, Meta, Amazon, Google ecosystem and world, which is completely different. They try to sell their own system and cash on it. And we don't pay enough attention to this competition. We will have AI everywhere in a couple of years. In Silicon Valley, they don't talk about things we talk about here. They talk about AI bots, not robots anymore. So do we understand how what we call Global South will take technological development? Do we have something to give to this in the EU or in Finland? I think that's a big question. And another observation related to this is that Russia's role, although it's pretty strong in Africa, it's still marginal. It still plays on defense policy and weapons. But for example, last year, Russia's investments in Africa were only $50 million. That's nothing. Whereas Chinese, through the Road and Belt initiative, has invested $1,000 million, which is a great way to make countries committed to China. Interesting observations on China. One big problem with China in Africa is that they support the current regimes and governments. If we look at the population structure of Africa, which is different from China and Europe, China one-child policy, its background, etc. If 70% of people are under 30 years of age, it isn't only one part of society like in Europe or China. It is the majority of these societies. And China is offering with all this surveillance and monitoring on how the current governments, which are usually elderly men who want to keep their power and see the younger generation as a threat to their power. Chinese instruments they offer African countries are not really successful among the young people, because the young population sees that this is a way to try to limit their ability to operate and act. For example, European approach to support small and medium-sized companies, people still look up to Europe. They want to live like us. If we talk about immigration, they're not going to China. They rather come to Europe or US. So that is one big thing. We talk about young people being important to us, investing in young people. What are really the instruments to influence this? Here, social media, the attitude, images are very important. What is our stance towards African youth? Are we closing borders? Do we see them as a threat? They're second-class citizens, we don't want you. Or can we see this through commercial policy, cooperation or development policy, give opportunities to them to grow and develop in Africa? China doesn't have answers to this. Europe has, but they haven't tapped into this potential yet. Liisa, one observation now that do you think that the green technology, green transition and clean tech could be part of the solution? Liisa. First, on commercial policy and good governance, responding to your comment, I think that this conditioning policy is outdated, but good governance can be supported by supporting civil society, the democratic elements, free media, etc. And I'd like to challenge Teppo Turkki in how China is promoting the authoritarian model. Well, African leaders like this surveillance technology, and these instruments are very much liked, but the majority of Africans want democracy. And out of 54 countries, 53 countries stipulate in their constitution on a multi-party system. There is only one country where constitution is not mentioned in their constitution. That's Eswatini, and they don't even have diplomatic relations to China because they're related to Taiwan. So this is exaggeration, I think, and you could even say that this is Chinization of commercial policy. It seems that always when we talk about the relations between Europe and Africa or Finland or Africa, China is not a major investor in Africa. The Netherlands is and Europe is, and a lot what China does in Africa is done with European funds. China leads in critical minerals, and that is where we come to the fact that China has the technology. And that's why I come back to what I earlier said, that I think that the road forward is in innovation and education. In Africa, there's a young population, and together we have to look Europe and Africa together, how we will start developing education, creating innovation, and through that we can compete with China. With the current technology, we cannot win, I would say. Yes, technology competition can be seen in UNESCO, for example. I follow that somewhat. There is discussions and conflicts on whether China, Shanghai can get certain category of AI. And there is a fear in the background that then China will train Africans with Chinese AI and Chinese technology. And these are big conflicts and they cannot be measured in dollar terms. That was a good comment on democracy by Lisa. We often think that in the global south they don't understand how big a value democracy is, although they think that, well, we wish you could only implement your democratic values in relation to global south and international institutions.
Rid of democracy pessimism, and this rules-based pessimism, that is a term I invented last week. Now everybody seems to think that there's no rules-based order anymore and so on, but still many countries still follow rules and many countries are interested in the UN, for example. They make sure they don't end up in different courts and so on. And also in the US, most human rights are still valid and the Americans comply with them. And very often we think that, okay, in global south they don't care about rules and they don't want to follow rules-based world order, but it's not quite like that. Well, one question. Do we have the correct picture at the moment? Do we know what happens in global south? Are we too monolithic? Thinking about BRICS countries, most of them are global south countries and they are building their own investment bank, for example, and south-south dimension is also strengthening, and Southern Asia, India is a big player there. We don't really understand in Europe how quickly things move forward. What does multipolar world mean to us? We are a small player and we are getting smaller in Europe. I'd like to follow you as you monitor these things on a professional basis. How do countries in South and Global South see us? Well, that was a good question from journalist Turkki. I'd like to come back to this Pekka's thematics, that the countries that suffer most in Global South. But let's answer this question first. Well, let me react to both of these, first of all. Global South, well, all these countries and all these crises, I'm following crisis countries, of course. They want to be recognized. They want to have equal treatment from other countries. So stability and appreciation is sought. That Europe recognizes these countries, negotiates with them, and does not see them as less valuable partners. And we cannot say that, okay, as you don't follow the rules, you are not of equal value to us. So countries want to be appreciated and valued. Now, let's not be commentators anymore. Let's imagine that we are all decision makers now in Finland. There's no US aid, development aid anymore. Finland and other EU countries continue with development aid, although it might be cut in the future. So if you were decision makers now, what would you do? As Pekka said very concretely, what would he do in Sudan? So Sudan, there's an emergency. The country has suffered a lot from development aid cuts and many things have already happened. I see some statistics here. During the first semester this year, the amount of illegal immigrants from Africa to Europe has increased tremendously, especially Sudanese people try to come to Europe. And also Greece has decided to to stop receiving immigrants on certain islands. So what should be done? 8 minutes to solve this problem. Well, let me start. Well, this panel discussion is an excellent example of discussing these matters from different perspectives. We have our own crisis. We don't want to hear or see other crises. This is a good example in Sudan. If we forget these crises, if we don't try to find solutions to other crises in the world, we will have these problems ahead of us sooner or later. Africa is actually close to us, and Russia is using this situation, and Russia doesn't want to stabilize the situation, because if there's instability in Africa, it is good for enemies of Europe, because it means influx of immigrants. So Europe should be able to fill the vacuum that US is now leaving behind. We should step in and try to be more active on a rules-based manner and use trade policy and other instruments for stabilization, and also use rules and democratic principles and so on. Lisa. Well, for Europe, I must say that it has not decreased its humanitarian aid, which is good. We should keep on giving humanitarian aid, especially in these areas. The crisis in Sudan is a very good example of how we should strengthen our relations to countries that are active in the region, for example, Gulf countries, especially UAE. EU has some leverage with these countries, and we can use negotiations and even pressure in negotiations with these countries, and at the same time use the natural resources that are available there. All these horrible conflicts, they also benefit many actors. This should not be forgotten. And then PM Turkey instead of journalist Turkey, what would you say? Of course, China and Russia have an interest of making the West weaker by intervening in global crises, for example, in Sudan. If China and Russia can create instability in in Africa, it destabilizes Europe as well, which is their target. So we should strengthen our relative power. As Lisa said, we would have capabilities to do more. In my understanding, the role of Europe in Africa and in other countries cannot be based on distance anymore. We have to be present in those localities and understand their situation and negotiate there, and then build our presence in those countries based on European values, and also use our relative power by negotiating with Gulf countries, for example, and in that way increase regional stability. And this could be our strategy in Europe. Well, one option for Europe would be, well, if you think what happened a couple of days ago, the US set high tariffs on India, and US has traditionally had close connections with India in order to block China, and also the US has in this way changed direction. Indian PM traveled to Japan yesterday, and then he will continue to China. So what happens there? Is Trump going to, in this way, is Trump making Japan and India closer? Is this good for us, for humanity, for Europe? So we should follow what's going on in India. and offer trade policy support and cooperate and negotiate, and making sure that India doesn't have to look at China only if US is leaving them alone. As for Sudan, it would be a good idea to focus on Sudan and invest in there. And we cannot expect that Global South is somehow watching what's going on in Sudan. Most Global South countries in South America, for example, don't follow Sudanese situation at all. So it's not a uniform entity of countries. Global South is not politically or ideologically uniform. It's very dispersed. Very good comments, and I'm sure that Mäntyniemi and Kesäranta follow us closely. They take notes, I'm sure. Well, now we would have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Raise your hand if you have one or two questions. Please raise your hand. You'll get a microphone. Anybody? There, we have a question.
Hei, Elias Koskinen, Turun Eurooppa-nuorten
Elias Koskinen from Turku, European Youth Association. Thank you for an interesting panel discussion. I have a brief question. What about EU's development aid investments? How could they be as efficient as China's Belt and Road initiatives? And how to promote these measures in order so that they would be more visible, the European efforts in development aid? Well, I've done this professionally some time ago, and there are no governments in the world that would let us put the European flag on their airplanes. Talking about Africa, Belt and Road, the Chinese initiative, is building infrastructure from coast to coast to transport African resources to China. China is not interested in building continent-wide infrastructure in Africa. They are just doing things for their own interest, and the elites in African countries are selling their land and minerals to China, but population has now understood that it's not a good thing. Of course, visible investments are important for us as well, but I don't see any problem here. We could support trade from another angle, something that benefits both us and them. Teppo. No, Teivo. Well, about being agile. Well, China is very agile, and it's their benefit. In their authoritarian model, of course, decisions can be taken very quickly in environmental policy and so on. And things move fast when they need to. And also in development aid in Europe, decision-making is much more complex, and so this is the starting point in terms of agility and flexibility and how quick things can be changed. Lisa. Well, in international debate and also in research, decolonization discussion has started. China and Russia are active participants in decolonialization discussion. We can think that China and Russia are imperialistic countries, but they have a very strong anti-colonialist imperialism rhetoric criticizing the West. As Teivo said, Sudan is not an interesting country for most global South countries, but Gaza situation is very interesting for all countries. And this is a very hot potato in international politics. Double standards are being used. And maybe we in Europe, in Finland, have a blurred vision to Gaza. What are the consequences of double standards and criticizing them? It's very difficult to defend liberal values if at the same time we act otherwise in China. In Gaza, sorry. Very briefly, well, China is actually not very quick. They are playing a long play. They think decades ahead. China started to prepare for Trump's second term already in 2018. They had clear plans already then, and execution can be made quickly after that. So China is not so agile, I would say. As for Europe, if Europe has one skill, it is complexity management. Europe can combine different opinions, different interests from different countries, negotiate on these terms and decide. And this is a very rare skill nowadays. We should brand this skill, how to manage complex risks and complex entities, negotiate in this on these things and then decide. So now this is agility, thinking about all these old guys who are running the world, Trump and Putin and Erdogan and so on. I think we are more intelligent and younger and more agile in Europe. Thank you very much. Would you give us a hand? Thank you. I'd like to thank our audience for clapping of hand. I believe we would have received them even without me saying so. And thank you, our panelists. And this is the end of the Europe Forum this year. I'm also the chair of Strategy Council of Europe Forum. I'd like to thank all the organizers. Once again, a fantastic event, better than ever. Arrangements have been superb and very well done. Thank you and have a nice weekend.